Good morning again. Let me welcome everyone on the second day of our conference, Christian Philosophy Facing Naturalism. And today we will start similarly as yesterday. So first a short clip about Cracow, a short promotional clip, and then I will ask our special guest, Professor Jacek Wojtysiak, to present his speech. But first, let me play the 5 minutes for the city of Cracow. Okay, thank you very much for giving you a bit of your time for the city of Cracow. And now let me introduce Jacek Wojtysiak with a presentation entitled Can Naturalism Explain Religion? The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate at this conference. It is a great honor for me to speak among so distinguished philosophers. I think that organizers want me to say something original, something deep, but it is a very difficult task. There are two reasons for it, because first, we live in times when I think everything has already been said. And secondly, I am not a fluent English speaker, and English is not my language of my thoughts, but I try to translate my thoughts to English and transmit some ideas, and maybe you find it as inspiring. The title question of my presentation is, Can Naturalism Explain Religion? And the simplest answer is, it depends. Maybe many philosophical questions can be answered in this way, but in this case, it depends on how we understand the terms which occur in the question: religion, naturalism, and the third is explanation. And it is the reason why I will start with some definitions and distinctions. Okay. Next, please. Okay. Next. No. Oh, it's a lecture plan. I start with some distinctions and definitions, and armed with these definitions, I would like to show my strategy to find the better or the best explanation of religion. And the central point of my presentation will be my main argument against naturalism in philosophy of religion. I will compare two words, a word of naturalist and a word of theist. It will be a kind of thought experiment. And after my argument, I will consider some objections against my position. I found 3 objections, maybe you find more objections. I will discuss 2 of them, objection from parody and objection from religious diversity. And at the end, I try to convince the unconvinced, because I think that not all of you will be convinced by my argument. And at the end, I would like to say something about, in my opinion, impossibility of being a naturalist regarding religion in the practical life, not in the theory, but in the practical life. Okay, the first definition, religion. Religion is a set of activities and beliefs through which people relate or think to relate to supernatural agents, namely gods. I think this definition is not controversial, and many philosophers can accept this definition. But a problem is that there are many religions and there are many descriptions of God or of gods. And it is not easy to find something common to all the descriptions of gods. And my proposal is to rank all or most of religions according to their similarity to monotheistic religions, or to rank all descriptions of God according to their similarity to the one God as a person who created the world and who has all so-called great-making properties like omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence, omnipresence, and so on. And in my opinion, different descriptions or ideas of God present in different religions can be ranked by a similarity to this idea of God. Many gods have very big power, very big knowledge, and so on, but the ideal is the concept of God as omniscient, omnipotent, and so on. Next definition, naturalism. I distinguish between strong naturalism and weak naturalism. Yesterday there were some lectures about this problem, how to define naturalism, and it needs many lectures, many discussions, but to narrow down the scope of my topic, I distinguish between strong naturalism and weak naturalism. And strong naturalism is a conjunction of 2 claims. The first claim is ontological, and according to this claim, there are no supernatural entities. And the second claim is methodological, and according to this claim, any explanation, including full or whole or ultimate explanation, cannot invoke supernatural entities. And what is the difference between strong and weak naturalism? The difference is that weak naturalists are open to the first thesis, to the first claim, ontological claim. They think that the problem of ontological problem, what there is open or lies beyond the limits of science, and they are not committed to the idea of non-existence of the supernatural in general. But they commit to the methodological claim, and they think that, or postulate that, any scientific explanation cannot invoke supernatural entities. But it is one difference with strong naturalists, that weak naturalists say only about scientific explanation, not about explanation in general. And weak naturalists don't exclude that scientific explanation can be supplemented by, for instance, philosophical explanations, and maybe at the philosophical level we can appeal to the supernatural factors. Okay, and now, after these definitions, we can recognize three approaches to religion. Weak naturalism, or weak naturalist approach to religion, strong naturalist approach to religion, and anti-naturalist approach to religion. Weak naturalist, for example, some scientists working within the framework of cognitive science of religion, give natural explanations of religion and say that religion is a result of certain cognitive mechanisms, or is result of natural or cultural or sexual selection, but they don't attack the problem of the full or whole explanation of religion. They give some explanations which we can find in science by research, especially in evolutionary psychology or cognitive science, and they give some explanations, but they don't attack the problem of the ultimate explanation of religion. Strong naturalists go a step further. They assume these explanations, but they say that this explanation tell us the full story or whole story about religion. That today we have the full explanation of religion, or we will find this explanation in the future, but all explanations will be similar to contemporary explanations given in the cognitive science of religion, and no explanation will invoke the supernatural factors. And my position, anti-naturalism, said that, okay, there are many interesting explanations of religions, especially in the cognitive science of religion, but they must be supplemented by the reference to the supernatural. And what is my question? This explanation, the last definition. Explanation is a process of giving the answer to the why questions. And my why questions, you can see on the screen, is why does any religion exist at all? It's a very big question, or strictly speaking, why does any religion exist, but it is not the case that there is none. It is so-called contrast class, because my question is to compare the situation we live, that religion exists, and the completely different situation that there isn't any religion, but the first situation is the case. And we ask, why does any religion exist at all? And who gives the better answer to this question, naturalist or anti-naturalist? I limit the wide camp of anti-naturalists to only to theists, because you are right that it is the false alternative, because there are many different types of anti-naturalism also in philosophy of religion. But in my opinion, theism is the most common position in the anti-naturalist camp, and in my opinion, we can limit it to theism, and maybe it is possible to discuss different anti-naturalistic positions, but today I confine to theism. Okay, and we have definitions, we have a question, and now we discuss who gives better answer to the questions why does any religion exist at all. And now I will show my strategy to solve this problem, to answer this question. And my strategy is based on 7 assumptions, and now I would like to elaborate these assumptions. The first assumption is that religion is a universal and permanent phenomenon. It means that religion is universal. It means that religion is present in the different places of the earth and is permanent in this sense that is where religion was still present in the history of humankind. We know, according to anthropology, that religion is the very important and stable factor of culture. It is my first assumption. The second, there are 2 possible words, and now we try to imagine 2 possible words. The first word, it is the word of the naturalist, N word, and the second word is the word of theist, the T word. The first word, both words are similar to our word, as we know it from science and our experience, but in the first word, no supernatural being exists. And in the second word, it is the difference. There is a God who loves people and wants to communicate with them. It is the difference. We imagine 2 words, and we will consider which word is more similar to our word. Okay? The third assumption, we suspend our knowledge of the fact of religion's existence in both words, but instead we are only interested in which word is more likely to emerge, in which word religion is more likely to emerge, or in which word religion is more expected, okay? Or which word is more open to religion, or in which word the emergence of religion can be expected with a greater probability. Okay, it is my task to consider this problem. And I correlate the better word, or the word more open to religion, with good explanation of religion. if, for instance, the first word, if we will find the better word, and the better word is correlated with the better explanation of religion. In my opinion, if you find the word more open to religion, we can say that explanation of religion in the, by means of the description of this word is better. Okay? And the word less open to religion is correlated with a worse explanation of religion. Okay? And our question is, which word is more open to religion? N word or T word? Okay? And if the first word is more open to religion, the first explanation, naturalistic explanation, strongly naturalistic explanation of religion is better. But if the second word will be more open to religion, then theistic explanation of religion will be better over the naturalistic explanation of religion. And you can see a picture. We imagine now two words, the word of naturalist and the word of theist, and you consider where is religion, where religion can be better, in better way be accommodated, okay? And my answer is, in 1 minute I justify my answer. My answer is that the T word is more open to religion, or that existence of religion is much more probable in the T word than in the N word. Therefore, the T explanation of religion, or theistic explanation of religion, is much better than naturalistic explanation of religion. And the answer to my title question is, can naturalism explain religion? No, in the sense that the naturalistic explanation of religion is worse than theistic explanation of religion. Okay? And what is my argument for my position? My argument is that T word is more open to religion than N word in three essential respects. And now I would like to discuss these three respects. Aspect of motivation, aspect of realization, and aspect of harmony. And these three aspects are very important for me, and this aspect gives some advantages for the T word. Okay, the first aspect of motivation. Imagine the word of taste. In this world, there is a God, and God is a benevolent person. And I think, and maybe I think that you think too, that God has very strong motivation to make religion exist. This is not important in which way, but his motivation must be very, very strong, because God wants to communicate with people. God wants to be known by people. God wants to make a union with people. And it is the reason why God's motivation to make religion exist is very strong. And this motivation for religion in the T word has three properties. The first property is God's motivation is eternal, because God's will is eternal. It is the first feature. The second is universal. God's motivation is embedded in the design of the whole world. The existence of religion is planned by God, and absolute, because this motivation is the consequence of God's nature, because God's is in his nature is love, and love needs communication with created people. And these three features give advantage for the T word over the N word. Think now about the N word, okay? Maybe there is motivation for the religion in this word, but he is in opposition to the first word, limited in time, local, and relative. What does it mean, limited in time? No, it's not eternal. Maybe some groups of people, maybe priests, are interested to keep religion in existence, but they live not like God in the eternal way, okay? Next is local, because it's connected with some needs of some groups of people, but it's not connected with the universal design of the world. And it's relative because it's a byproduct of some social mechanism, but it's not connected with a human nature. With human nature, like God's motivation for religion is a consequence of his nature. And it is a table, and it is easy to compare both words in the respect of motivation, okay? God's motivation for religion is eternal, but human motivation is limited in time, because this motivation is present only after the origin of humans. It is very important. God's motivation is universal, human motivation is local, God's motivation is absolute, and human motivation is relative. It is the first advantage of T word over N word, in this sense that we should expect existence of religion in the T word with more probability than in N word. Okay? The next aspect is the aspect of realization. It is obvious that all God's decisions must be realized with necessity. If God decides to make something exist, it must exist. And in our case, it is religion. If God decides to make religion exist, it must exist. But we know that God has strong motivation for this decision, and if so, we must be sure that religion must be appear on the earth with necessity. But in the N word, the situation is completely different. Religion in the naturalistic world is the consequence of different events and is a contingent phenomenon. That different concept of contingency, but we can say that many different factors present on the earth can determine only a certain probability of the appearance of religion, but not the necessity of the existence of religion on the earth. At this moment, I would like to show two quotations from experts who think in the similar way like me. The first is Stuart Guthrie, is an anthropologist, and it's a big quotation, but one point is very important, that religions are product of evolutionary chance, okay? And it means that religion in the naturalistic world can appear without necessity. And the second important point in this quotation is that according to Guthrie, religion is the consequence of our inclination to anthropomorphism. But there can be different possible consequences of our anthropomorphism, and religion is only one of them. And it means that maybe religion will appear, but it is not necessary, because instead of religion could appear something completely different. Next quotation is Matthew Braddock, his the advocate of common consent argument. And one point, it is very important that cultural historical processes are fairly contingent given naturalism and can easily lead humans in all sorts of different directions, including directions away from belief in high gods. It is very important that this next quotation, which shows that religion can appear only with some degree of probability, and that there can be completely different phenomena, different than religion, caused by the same causes. Okay, it is a picture. This picture shows the ambiguous causality or of religion, because you know a cognitive mechanism, for instance, our tendency or our inclination to anthropomorphism, and this mechanism can cause completely different phenomena, maybe humanism, maybe phantasm, maybe religion. Religion is only one of them, and it is not necessary that religion will appear. Okay, and the last aspect. We can two advantages of T word over the N word. The advantage connected with motivation, and second with realization, and the next aspect is harmony. Once again, you must imagine both words, okay? And in T word, religion harmoniously correlates with its other elements of this word. In my terminology, religion fits into the word in two senses, epistemic and practical. In the epistemic sense, it means that people believe in God and God exists. It is the epistemical or epistemic correlation. And practical correlation is that people think that religion fulfills some functions, as, for instance, religion leads us to the union with God, and really religion can fulfill this function because God exists and He wants us to have with union with Him. But in the N-word, for the consequent naturalist, in the N-word, religion is a kind of anomaly. Because religion is a universal and permanent illusion, and it means that it doesn't fit into this word in the epistemic sense. It is a permanent illusion, not local illusion, not limited in time illusion, but permanent illusion. It's very interesting. And the second is doesn't fit into naturalistic word in the practical sense, because, okay, religion fulfills many functions, okay, but these functions are completely different than those as believers think that religion fulfills these functions. For instance, religion, people think that they pray to God and they go to the union with God, but according to scientists, it is not true, because religion is connected, for instance, with sexual selection. But it is a collision between function in the consciousness or awareness of believers and functions described by scientists. And you can compare it on this table, epistemic correlation and practical correlations. Both types of correlations are present in the T word, because there is a being to whom religion refers. It is the epistemic correlation, and practical correlation. Religion can fulfill its purpose, of which the believer is convinced, but there is no correlation in the N word, because there is no being to whom religion refers, and religion performs completely different functions than those of which the believer is convinced. And the conclusion is that religion in the naturalistic world is a kind of epistemic and practical collision. It's a collision between beliefs of religious people and this word in both senses, epistemic and practical. It is a quotation from Hans van Eygen. He wrote a book about cognitive science of religion. He studied cognitive science of religion, and theology might claim that there is epistemic and practical collision because cognitive science of religion theorists claim that religious belief is caused by cognitive mechanisms, why religious believers claim it is caused by a supernatural being. It is an epistemic collision or disharmony, and these theories claim that religious rituals serve an evolutionary function, while religious believers claim they are means of engaging God or other supernatural being. It is a kind of practical collision or practical disharmony. But it is a very important point that this collision is permanent, okay? It is not only illusion limited in time, but it's permanent. It is very important for my argument. Okay, my position could be put in different words, and I can show my argument by a kind of metaphor. This metaphor is taken from Nicholas Rescher, but Nicholas Rescher said about completely different matters. But in my opinion, naturalistic theories of religion treats religion as a sledgehammer. And these theories treat religion as a sledgehammer that is used to crack the small nut of natural human affairs. Okay? Because you know that we think about the supernatural, about God, about completely different entity, and according to science, cognitive science of religion, religion is not for God. Religion is for our human affairs. For instance, my favorite theory is cooperative theory of religion. Religion builds cooperation, and society with religion had more cooperation and had some advantages to other societies, and societies without religion had no so level or so quality of cooperation, and the situation were completely worst. And in my opinion, we don't need God to promote pro-social activities. The good social system of rewards and punishment is enough. Or we don't need the image of God to offset the fear of loneliness, because there is a theory of religion as a wishful thinking, is a way to, is religion as a remedy for our loneliness, but I suppose we have better solutions like psychotherapy, like good wine, for instance, and why religion? Why religion? Why invokes God or the supernatural or supernatural entities? It is a situation of naturalistic conceptions of religion. According to naturalistic theories of religion, religion costs much but does little. Okay? Religion is very costly, and many scientists know it, that religion is very costly, but religion solves only our natural small human problems. Okay, we go to the next slide. Okay, it is a slide for your imagination, it's a small help for you. It is sledgehammer, it means religion, and not it's our human problems, okay, like our being lonely, being our need of cooperation and so on. Okay, and now maybe you are convinced by my argument, but there are several objections to my argument. I will discuss two of them. The first objection is very popular strategy to refute arguments is to construe the parody of this argument. And it is very easy to construct some parodies of my argument by replacing religion with another area of human culture. I propose here to replace religion, for instance, with dance, and it will be dance objection of dance parody, because someone can say that by the same means, by the same tools, that theistic world is more open to dance than naturalistic world. It is a kind of parody, and if so, we can construct many easy proofs for existence of God from dance, from art, from science, from sport, and so on. But it is completely counterintuitive, and we know that dance and sport and so on does not need God to be explained. And my answer to dance objection is that dance doesn't fulfill the first condition. The first condition is condition of motivation, because I think that there are no reason to think that God would prefer dance over its luck as he prefers religion over its luck, okay? It's obvious. But maybe ritual dance, okay, ritual dance may be an exception, but ordinary dance is not necessary for God, for our salvation, for union with God, and so on. And it is my counter-argument to this objection, and the same is with the aspect of harmony. Dance is not an anomaly in a naturalistic world. It's not anomaly because we can show many different functions of dance, and we are aware of these functions. Okay, but there is no collision between dance and the naturalistic world. Okay, but more interesting objection, not so funny, but very serious, is diversity objection. Because we must distinguish two questions. My question is, why does any religion exist at all, or why is there any religion at all? And the second question, why are there so many religions? And the first question is a big challenge for naturalism, but the second question is a big challenge for theism. Because we can say that there is no reason for God to allow the existence of so many religions, including non-theistic or polytheistic religions. Why? Because these religions give false, obscure picture of God, and why God wants to have so many religions, and a big part of these religions give false or obscure picture of God. And it is a great challenge for theism. But there are some answers to this challenge. The most popular answer to the diversity objection is religious pluralism. And religious pluralism is connected with the name of John Higg. He was the most famous, most popular, most known representative of religious pluralism. According to Higg, most religions refer to the transcategorial real itself. It is his term, transcategorial real itself. And this transcategorial real itself is something common to all religions by different cultural means. We pray not to God but to the real itself, or to use later the terminology of John Schellenberg, to the ultimate. There is something ultimate, and all religious approach to something ultimate in different ways. Okay? But there are many objections to this position. For me, the main objection is that this position gives us a very pure description of God, a very poor description of God. It is like yesterday lecture, Naturalist without content, Chris lectured, and today we can say about Higg's pluralism that it is deity without content, okay? Deity without content. It's only formal, I suppose, description of God without any properties, okay? And my modification of Higg's pluralism goes in the direction of so-called, it is my term, monotheistic pluralism. Monotheistic pluralism. In my opinion, most religions either refer to the one God who created the world and possesses all great-making properties, or refer to deities that bear some resemblance or similarity to him, to God. Okay? And we can say that God knows that people are completely different, that completely different cultures, worldviews, different mentalities, different intellectual skills, and so on. And God wants to be known by different religions, by different images of him, but all of them are similar to his true picture or true description given by monotheistic religion. Okay? And one step further, maybe we can make one step further, because I am a Christian and we participate at the Conference of Christian Philosophy, and maybe it is possible to say about Christian pluralism. About Christian pluralism. In which sense? In my opinion, the crucial point of Christianity is incarnation, and our access to God is possible thanks to incarnation. The incarnation is the most important factor which helps us to gain the union with God. And in my opinion, all humans should know about incarnation, but some of them, like Christians, discovered an incarnation or learn about this incarnation through the Gospels, and other religious people discover incarnation or learn about incarnation through some incarnational stories or rituals present in the different religions. But the concept of incarnation is analogical, and I suppose it is possible a research program to compare different religions in the respect of incarnation. It is the idea given by C.S. Lewis that he showed the presence of the idea of incarnation in Greek myths, for instance. Maybe Tolkien by different novels. The idea is that the incarnational stories or rituals are still present in human culture in different places of the world and different times of history of humankind. Okay, this is my objection, my answer to this objection. Okay, and I can see that we must go to the end, and the last point, the last problem. Maybe you are convinced by me, maybe not. But my last word is for people who are still naturalists in the philosophy of religion. My last argument is that it is very difficult to keep your position in practical life. Why? We start with, in my opinion, the best formulation of naturalistic theories of religion. It is a core of many good naturalistic theories of religion. The core is that religion is a universal, permanent, and useful illusion. Universal, permanent, and useful illusion. Three factors must be fulfilled. And maybe you agree that religion is a universal, permanent, and useful illusion, but what is your next step? The first possibility is that you can continue to practice religion. Okay? I know that religion is an illusion, but it is useful religion, and I pray every day, I go to church, but I know that God doesn't exist. But it is practically good for me, okay? And in my opinion, it's a very interesting position, but this position is completely incoherent. If you accept this position, you must live a double life, okay? You must live a double life, and it is completely incoherent. The next possibility is to reject religion, but there are two options or two opportunities. The first option is that you reject religion without seeking a replacement, without seeking something useful which can replace religion. And for me, it is completely irrational because you lost something you know that is useful. But the last point is more promising. You reject religion and you replace religion with something that gives the same benefits like as religion, but without falling into illusion. Okay? This, in my opinion, the best possibility. You must reject religion, but you must find something better or something which gives for my lecture. I enlist some authors who inspired me because there is no place to give the full bibliography, and I would like to pay attention to two Polish young authors, Stanisław Ruczaj, he was present here at this conference, and Jędrzej Gosiewski. They inspired me to this topic, and I hope you will read their text, their articles and books, because that's very talented young Polish philosophers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this inspirational presentation, and we still have time for discussion. So let me first ask our online participants, do you have any questions? Because we here on site can ask the question almost all the time. Okay, I don't see any marks of the questions, so please, all our on-site participants, if you have any questions, please come here and ask it. And second thing, please keep it short.
Okay. First, hello, Jacek, and good morning, everyone. I cannot comment and ask questions of everything because I'm a latecomer to this lecture, but I need to protest on behalf of Christianity. Actually, the notion of incarnation is neither loose nor analogous. It's very precisely defined in Christianity in philosophical terms. Incarnation is union of two natures, divinity and humanity, in the hypostasis of Christ that occurs according to hypostasis or in respect of hypostasis. So, if my neighbors, and I live in a place in which still midsummer is very important, if my neighbors go in a procession to the river and they carry wreaths on heads and bow to the river, they don't worship God incarnate. They worship creation and its activity, and God's activity and God incarnate are in Christianity sacraments. So I doubt whether we can think about Christianity in this way and have a kind of research perspective. And neither so-called heretical, abandoned definitions of Christianity, like our friends Mayaphysites in Lebanon or Nestorians, neither of them does much what Jacek says. Actually, what he says is a kind of hermetic pagan incarnation, about which we'll be speaking later on. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcin. It is very difficult topic, the problem of religious diversity, and you are in the position of exclusivism, Christian exclusivism, but I propose a completely different position, Christian pluralism, but it is a problem how to refute the objection of diversity. You are right, but think about many people on the earth who don't know about incarnation in the strict sense. And what about God? God doesn't love them? It is the problem.
No, the problem is the all. This is the problem. God appears not to bother about us.
But maybe you can try like William Craig counterfactual version of exclusivism. For instance, it's a very interesting theory that message about incarnation is given only for people who are ready to accept this message. And maybe if there are many people who didn't have a chance to meet the Gospels, probably these people would be not ready to take the Gospels. And it is his position, it is a kind of exclusivism, but elaborated in the language of modal, in the modal language, but it is for me very complicated. And in my opinion, we must still remember about different people who didn't have a chance to meet Christian message. Okay, it is my answer.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Hi, morning everyone. I have a slightly different question, but maybe it's related. When you set up the T and the N world, both of them use the word we, and I wondered who was the we. So I think you said something like, there is the world that we, as far as we know it, through our science and our experience. And I wondered, who is this we? I could say more about that, but I feel like an awful lot is going to go into that. Yes.
And what is the first is, can you
maybe if you go back to your slide on the T world and the N world. Your very first slide on the T world and the N world, where you, there we go, there. So it says, there are two possible worlds. N world, the world as we know it from science and our experience, but in which no supernatural beings exist. T world, the world as we know it from science and our experience, in which there is a God who loves people, etc. So here's the worry, maybe I'll cash it out. The we needs to be given an account of. If, say, you read the Gospel according to John, it will say entokosmos, in the world he was. And though the world through this one came to be, there's someone in the world who is the one through whom all things came to be. That's a notion of a world in which an awful lot is going on, but there could be no supernatural being, but one of them would be the Logos through whom all things. Another way of putting the worry would be from David Lewis. So David Lewis, in On the Plurality of Worlds, gives an example of a world where there's several gods and some kind of divine command theory is true. And he basically says that in that world, the perfectly natural properties of the world would be the properties of the divine agents. And in that world, the we would include the gods. Do you see the kind of worry? But my basic worry is a kind of clarification question. Who is the we in those? Thank you.
Okay. Our actual world we live in is, and we describe it by science and thanks to our experience. And it is an actual word, but both N-word and T-word are completely possible word, and my question is, which of these possible words is more similar to our actual word? And in both words, in both possible words, there are humans. In both of them, there are humans. And they are similar to us, or identical with us, and it is only one problem if religion is more expected in the T word or in the N word.
Okay.
Who are we? Okay. It's better. We exist in both words, in N word and T word, okay? But if you assume Louis theory, there is no possible for us to exist in different words, but we exist not in both words, but there are our counterparts who exist in both words, okay? In this sense, okay? But in both words exist people who are similar to us, okay? In this sense, and in this answer fulfills the Louis theory, okay? Because there is no transworldly identity according to Louis, okay? But if you negate this identity, in different words, there are similar people to us, okay? In this way. Okay. But one problem is very important. Yes, I remember that Louis wrote about words with mythological gods, with bodies, for instance, and it would be a very interesting problem for me, but Louis treated mythical gods as in naturalistic concept. They were as humans, better humans, okay, or higher humans. They were entities with bodies. But in my opinion, religions say about gods without bodies, or bodies are only the forms of expressions of gods, not bodies don't belong to the essence, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. And I got a sign from our online participant. Please ask your question, and this will be the last question in this section.
Hello. You presented a naturalistic approach to religion as finding religion as something useful, beneficial to humans, to people. However, there is also another approach in naturalistic point of view when we look at the new atheists like Dawkins, Harris, and others. They find religion, as Dawkins says, the source of all evil. So they also find religion as something negative and something that we rather should reject, and then we will be able to live with harmony with other peoples the real life. So, what's your position here? Do they don't fit to your to your position, or they are just stupid, maybe?
Okay.
Because they don't understand religion, maybe.
Okay, thank you very much, Piotr, for your interesting question. But according to contemporary science, cognitive science of religion, this approach, strong atheistic approach, is very problematic, okay? Because new atheists, especially Dawkins, cannot explain the permanence of religion. How is possible to endure the phenomenon which is an illusion so long? And according to Guthrie, I quoted Stuart Guthrie, he rejects this theory because this theory cannot explain the permanence of religion. And most contemporary scientists who work in the framework of cognitive science of religion uses the evolutionary concepts and use the concept of benefits of religion because there is impossible to endure so long without benefits. Okay, and this is my answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you once again, Professor Wojtysiak, for your presentation and the discussion. And now this is my duty to invite you for the coffee break. And please remember that after the coffee break, we are splitting into 3 sections. So choose carefully which sections fits you the best. Thank you and enjoy your coffee. And once again, thank you, Professor Wojtysiak.
Is this thing on? Yes, it is. So, hello everyone on this first session of the second day of our conference, which will be, which will be dedicated to the topic of naturalism and the philosophy of mind. We shall begin with the first presentation by Antonius Kaldas. I hope I pronounced it right. Who is a lecturer in philosophy at the University of Notre Dame, Sydney, and St. Cyril Coptic Theological College in Sydney, Australia. And he also, as I found on the internet, has served as a parish priest of Archangel Michael and Saint Bishoy Coptic Orthodox Church in Mount Druitt, Sydney, Australia since 1991. He was previously a medical doctor, and now he recently published a book, To Become One, An Orthodox Guide to Engagement and Marriage. I hope this is all correct information. So, Antonius, we have your presentation recorded, but before we will start, could you just welcome us, say like 2 or 3 words to say hi to us?
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to be with you virtually. It is a pleasure. I've enjoyed the talk so far, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day today as well. And I hope some challenging questions and discussion points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are also very glad to have you here. So I will now share my screen with you, and hopefully everyone can see the presentation. Is it on the screen? Yep. Just allow me to do it like that. And we shall begin.
The most interesting problem in the universe. This was the title of a 2014 paper in the Journal of Consciousness Studies by Keith Tarowski. The problem to which he refers is the problem of consciousness, or more specifically, the hard problem of consciousness, as Australian philosopher David Chalmers has christened it. We live in an age in which the confident optimism of late 19th century that we have explained nearly everything that can be explained has given way piece by piece to the stark realization of how little we really understand the nature of reality. At the end of the 19th century, Newtonian mechanics and electromagnetic theory gave the illusion that we had explained everything about the physical universe there was to explain. But this illusion soon melted away, like the last bit of ice cream on the stick, falling into our laps and leaving us covered in the sticky mess of relativity and quantum physics. We still don't know how both of those theories, one of the very large, the other of the very small, can both be true. And yet for Tarowski, there is an even more interesting problem, one that seems to us today to be substantially more impenetrable than a grand unified theory in physics. And that problem is you and me. What is phenomenal consciousness? It is something that all of us know better than we know anything else, bar none. In Thomas Nagel's ubiquitous phrase, it is the mystery of what it is like to be you, the first person, utterly private experience or feeling of being you from moment to moment. The difference between you and a perfect mechanical walking, talking facsimile of you. Your stream of conscious experience. Just what is that? Why is it like anything at all to be you? Why are you a self-aware subject instead of a simple objective event? And how does consciousness come about? And where does it fit in our view of the universe? This is, of course, by no means a modern problem. Ancient peoples pondered the nature of the soul. The Egyptians labored long and hard to build pyramids that embody their beliefs about the soul and its fate. The classical Greek philosophers developed a variety of ways of explaining the soul. And indeed, throughout history, every culture and every civilization has had its own views. While these concepts of soul don't necessarily match up perfectly with the modern conversation around consciousness, there is, I think, enough to establish a continuity. One crucial step was taken by René Descartes in the 17th century. His sharp dualism of body and soul, echoing that of Plato, set the tone for much of the Western thought that followed. Among other things, having separated soul from body, he made it plausible to conceive of the body operating without the soul, and thus lay an unintentional foundation for the materialism about consciousness that dominated the 20th century. Descartes, however, was not really a cause, but a symptom of the metaphysical dualism that was engulfing Enlightenment Europe. Contrary to the holism of pre-modern times, reality was divided into an almost gnostic ground floor of the physical universe and a separate upper story of the heavenly or immaterial realm. Rather than being immanent in every atom, God was, in Bette Midler's melodious words, watching us from a distance. Having relegated God, angels, and souls to the upper floor, it became possible to dispense with that upper floor altogether. After all, where is it? We can't see it. And conceive of the universe in purely material and naturalistic terms. Or, as some have said, having divided phenomena into the categories of natural and supernatural, it became possible to jettison the supernatural altogether. The tale of human inquiry in the 20th century is a tale of burgeoning confidence that materialism, the view that atoms and energy bouncing around in space-time, are the only things that exist and nothing else. Gone were the days of superstitious belief in the supernatural, the immaterial, and the spooky. Materialism would prevail and ultimately explain everything. And yet, by the close of the 20th century, this confidence was seriously shaken, though not completely abandoned. Today it continues to become shakier. Physics, as I said earlier, faces more mysteries in 2024 than it did in 1900, and some of them are spooky. Einstein's skepticism of spooky action at a distance, quantum entanglement that seems to violate the laws of relativity that set an unbreakable speed limit of the speed of light on the transmission of information. This spooky action at a distance has now been established in the laboratory. And on some interpretations of quantum theory, it is only a conscious observer that collapses the wave function of quantum mechanics. This phenomenon is one of a number of reasons that led philosopher David Chalmers to seek alternatives to reductive materialism about consciousness. In Joseph Levine's formulation, when we have explained everything we possibly can about the physical brain and body and all their functions, there will still remain an explanatory gap, a residue that has not been explained. This hard problem of consciousness, easy problems, by the way, are things like how we remember things or how we do sums in our heads. And actually, they've turned out to be not quite so easy either. But this hard problem of consciousness is getting harder, not easier. The field has seen something remarkable in the 70-odd years since materialism about consciousness reached its peak popularity in the 1950s and 60s. For one, materialist theories of consciousness have made precisely zero progress in cracking the solution. Zero. And that's not for any lack of effort. The list of proposed explanations continues to grow. Global workspace theories, integrated information theories, higher order thought theories, recurrent neural networks, computationalism, functionalism, connectionism. I could go on. All of them tell us interesting things about how brains might work. None of them even begins to bridge Levine's explanatory gap. For example, higher order thought theories posit that when information in the brain flows back upon itself, loops back, and influences the next phase of information, that recurrence in itself is the explanation of conscious awareness. When one level of cognitive processing uses another level, that is where conscious awareness arises. But surely this happens all the time in computers, even the simplest of them, and yet no one thinks they are conscious. Why should one non-conscious phenomenon interacting with another non-conscious phenomenon, or even turning around and interacting with its own non-conscious self, not a real self in the human sense, of course, why should that give rise to conscious experience? The gap stubbornly remains. Given this stubborn impenetrability, a plethora of stranger theories have arisen, which tells us something in itself. I suspect that it is a law of inquiry that the number of viable theories about any given problem at any given moment is directly proportional to how impenetrable that problem is. Theories multiply when none of them work. Materialists appeal to theories such as non-reductive materialism, which relies on the somewhat spooky concept of emergence to bridge the explanatory gap, without having any real account of how such emergence might actually operate here. The quantum connection has led people to seek a quantum theory of consciousness, which at least has the advantage of having been creatively worked out by Roger Penrose and others, but this too has gone nowhere. With even less explanatory power, there are appeals to fictionalism. That is, we invent consciousness to explain things, but it never really happens. And illusionism. That is, we imagine being conscious when really we aren't. And even a kind of eliminativism, today's offspring of that ancient Eastern concept that the soul itself is not real and does not exist. Even that is making a comeback. Given the abject failure of materialism thus far, not only to explain consciousness, but to even show any signs that it is capable of explaining consciousness, increasingly inquirers are seeking an answer beyond the narrow confines of materialism. Dualisms of various kinds are respectable again. Yes, the soul is back. Even Berkeleyan idealism that posits that it is consciousness that is the reality and that consciousness gives rise to material existences, even that is getting a run. And then there are my two personal favorite approaches, albeit for different reasons. Colin McGinn's idea of Mysterianism, on which it is impossible for a human consciousness to understand itself and must remain forever a mystery to itself. And Erich Schwitzgebel's crazyism, on which any explanation we end up with in the future is bound to be something that today would seem to us to be utterly insane. I've left the most interesting approaches till last in this whirlwind survey of theories. Panpsychism in its variety of forms. This is the idea that consciousness may be a part of the very fabric of reality in the same way that atoms and energy are. In fact, the view espoused by David Chalmers, Bertrand Russell's monism, posits that just as atoms and energy, two apparently quite different phenomena, are really the same entity deep down and convertible from one to the other through nuclear reactions, perhaps so also matter, energy on the one hand, and consciousness on the other hand, are really the same entity deep down, and possibly even convertible from one to the other, though not through nuclear reaction, but through some currently mysterious process that brains are terribly good at doing. I've called this approach interesting for two reasons. One, it is intrinsically fascinating, but two, it is building momentum and on the way to becoming the chief alternative to materialism in our contemporary arena of inquiry, which is astonishing, given that just a few decades ago, such ideas were considered to be fringe lunacy. The story of consciousness studies is a story that shakes our settled modern view of reality. If those who suspect consciousness is not the mere result of material processes are right, then we are going to have to revise our inventory of what is real, and some of it is going to be immaterial. And here's where things get really interesting. I have spoken with people who equate materialism with naturalism, but consciousness shows us that this need not be the case. A theory like panpsychism, if accepted, would force us to expand the definition of the natural beyond the material. We would have to make room for natural immaterial entities. The interaction problem that plagued Descartes' mind-body dualism would return. How on earth could we account for an immaterial phenomenon that causes material stuff to veer off the course dictated to it by the laws of physics and the sciences that build on physics? That is an interesting problem, and perhaps the spookiness we glimpse in quantum physics may offer an avenue for beginning to explore it. But today I'm interested in another problem, a kind of second-order problem. What impact would a theory like panpsychism have on the nature-supernature dichotomy? What happens when things we considered paradigmatically supernatural, like souls, end up being accommodated within an expanded or inflated view of nature? On the surface, this looks like yet another case of the God of the gaps. A supposedly supernatural phenomenon turns out, on further investigation, to just be a new natural phenomenon. The inventory of nature increases at the cost of a shrinking supernature. But there is another way to approach this, and one that goes back to classical times, that to me makes far more sense. Perhaps it is not a false and retreating supernature that is the problem, but the nature-supernature dichotomy itself that is the problem. People like to seek the divine in the gaps in our knowledge, but why on earth should God dwell only in the gaps? If, as Paul quotes Hesiod, God is the one in whom we live and move and have our being, and as we pray in the Orthodox Church, is everywhere present and fills all, then everything is causally divine in some sense. The laws and operations of nature no less than the miraculous appearance of a long-dead saint to a multitude. Many scholars have pointed out that the sharp nature-supernature dichotomy is largely a product of modernity. 'Twas not ever thus. In Eastern Christianity, two other kinds of distinction predominated. One was the distinction of the creator from the created. All phenomena, whether quotidian or miraculous, belong under the heading of created. The etymology of the very term miracle reflects this. It is not something that breaks the laws of nature, as the early modern David Hume would define it, but something so rare as to inspire wonder and awe. But deep down there is a kind of monism, uniting the common to the wondrous. Another distinction used particularly by the Cappadocian Fathers and Gregory Palamas, among others, is that between the essence and the energies of God. God in his essence is ineffable, unapproachable, unknowable, but his energeia, his action in the world, is accessible to some degree to us. And once again, it is this latter category that equally subsumes both the common, the natural, and the miraculous. Either category, the created or the divine energies would subsume both the material and the immaterial creation. We have no need for a second story, an upper invisible realm. We live in a one-story universe with no stairs to perplex us. But that single story continues to amaze and dumbfound us, becoming ever more beguiling. The more we know, the more we realize how much we do not know. The story of consciousness teaches us at least two things. First, that materialism is increasingly unlikely to be true, even if you are a naturalist. But also second, that the Christian need not strive to establish the reality of the supernatural as if her faith depended on it. An appropriately expanded nature is more than enough to witness to the infinite, ineffable divine wisdom that it clearly reflects. We can call this new nature, or we can say that nature and supernature have finally been reconciled in a kind of monism. In the end, it doesn't really matter which. What seems certain is that our view of reality is by no means settled. I said earlier I am a fan of Erich Schwitzgebel's crazyism about consciousness. Any explanation of consciousness we end up with in the future is bound to be something that today would seem to us to be utterly insane. And I think this principle is transferable to how we think about nature and supernature. It is far too early to predict the imminent demise of narrow naturalism that predominates the first world today, or even the demise of narrow materialism. There remain many scientists and philosophers who hold out hope that someday, somehow, given we work hard enough and long enough, we will find a satisfactory materialist explanation for consciousness. But these voices are slowly losing ground and even credibility. Some even propose positive arguments for the impossibility of a materialist theory of consciousness, such as the unavoidable incongruity inherent in explaining an intrinsically subjective and first-person phenomenon in the intrinsically objective and third-person language of science. The mystery of consciousness turns out not only to be the most interesting problem in the universe, as Tarowski claims, but also a problem that promises to radically reshape our view of the universe, away from the materialist foundations that dominate modernity until now, and back to a more holistic and, to be frank, far more interesting perspective that the ancients understood far better than we.
Thank you very much.
Allow me to just stop the sharing of the screen now. So, Antonio, thank you very much for this presentation. And now we will have some questions from the room, because I don't think we have any people online. Are there some questions? Please come here to the stand. I will just come here.
So first, thank you for your presentation. And my question concerns pantheism. I was wondering if you could somehow react to to say what you think about it, that if we, as you said, with, for example, panpsychism, we expand the natural, does some sort of pantheism follow from it? Maybe from a Christian perspective, there's also of course, somehow analogous dichotomy between the immanent and transcendent, and shouldn't we keep the transcendence of God and not to naturalize God in some way, to keep at least the transcendence of God and God as something supernatural, and that this breaking of the dichotomy of natural and supernatural, it has its limits here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. They're two very good questions. On the first one, I don't think that a clear line from panpsychism to pantheism. I'm coming from the Orthodox tradition, as I'm sure you're aware by now. And some Orthodox theologians use the term panentheism to describe their view of the relationship between God and his creation. But it's a different concept to the panentheism that is thought of in, for example, Indian philosophy, in the Hindu religion and other areas. That idea of the essence and the energies, I think, is one way to preserve completely the transcendence of God. God's essence is his being in itself, whereas his energies are his presence in the world, his immanence in the world, and his actions and influence on the world. And the essence is to be understood apophatically and mystically. In Pseudo-Dionysius's turn of phrase, God does not exist, really, because God is existence, and God is not existence, and God is beyond existence and non-existence. Any language that we use, any concepts that we use to try and grasp God, to explain God, are going to be utterly inadequate. And I think that is the way that the transcendence gets preserved. And the immanence of God in the world does not necessarily identify God with the world. Contrary to Indian ideas, God is not the world. He's not identical to the world, which would be pantheism. And neither is God identical to the world, but also going beyond the world, which would be panentheism. The Orthodox Christian idea is much more that mystery, the essence of God, which is unapproachable and ungraspable by the human mind, completely ineffable, is only accessible to us through nature and through, obviously, revelation and scripture and so on, in ways where God, in a sense, limits himself, according to the pattern of the incarnation, limits himself and makes himself accessible to tiny creatures like us. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions? Please.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. I am interested in how
I'm sorry, I can't hear anything.
And now?
Apparently room 412 is muted.
So I am interested
Lovely,
in how the concept of phenomenal consciousness has been articulated in modern philosophy, and one of Cartesian popular, I don't know how to call him, Malebranche, call what we now are calling phenomenal consciousness or qualia, natural revelation, in the sense that, to give the most obvious example, that sometimes we feel pain because God wants us to inform in this way what we should avoid in life, and sometimes we feel pleasure in order to know what we should follow in life. And in this sense, I would agree that even in Cartesian circles, this distinction between the natural and the supernatural was contested, in a sense that if Malebranche called phenomenal consciousness natural revelation, for him it is something natural but also supernatural. But I'm not sure if I understand you correctly, but you say something like this, that God manifests himself either in laws of nature and in what we call phenomenal consciousness, and so why we should contend that there is something unique in the phenomenal consciousness. But my idea is that if we agree that phenomenal consciousness is somehow something that secures our first point of view from the invasion of the third point of view or the scientific perspective, it is somehow secure our personality or our personhood from the objective attempt to describe everything in objective terms. So in this sense, this very notion of phenomenal consciousness is important to defend and Christian anthropology, in which the concept of personhood and personality and that is crucial. And I just want to ask what you have to say about it. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Scripture, of course, tells us that we're created in the image and likeness of God. And I think many people have wondered whether phenomenal consciousness is one of the ways in which we are in the image and likeness of God. I'm sure many of you would be aware of the Neoplatonic idea of the one, the good, and then the idea of the emanation and the return. So someone like Plotinus held that there was a universal consciousness, a world soul, in a sense, and that each individual human being's soul somehow emanates from that. So, you know, in a series of levels kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, that may be an interesting model. And I'm sure there are people who've worked on how we might relate consciousness as being a particularly unique human attribute that allows us or fits us to be described as the image and likeness of God. I feel, again, there are aspects of mystical theology that are very much centered upon conscious experience and experience of God, which ultimately, if we think about it, I mean, that sort of deepest and most intimate experience of God that is the goal of mystical practice is mediated by human consciousness from our end. That's how we experience God, consciously. So again, I mean, what is the nature of that connection between the human being and God? Is it? It's certainly not. I think it's not Neoplatonic in the sense that we don't simply return to the world soul and lose our own identity, our own existence, and kind of melt into it like a drop of vinegar in the ocean. I think on the Christian view, the more we unite with God, the more we actually become who we really are as an individual creation of God. And yet, at the same time, that happens because of that unity with God. I suppose if I sound like I'm sort of just ranting on and not really making much sense, there's probably a good reason for that, and that is I feel that your very good question is taking us into realms that involve the nature of God himself and how that nature of God relates and interacts with the nature of the human being. And there, yeah, I'm afraid I'm not a theologian, and there is a lot of darkness and the darkness of ignorance for me on that. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a satisfactory answer for you.
Thank you for your answer, and yes, I agree that it's a very hard topic, and very thank you, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so any more questions? Please.
Hi, Antonios. Thank you for a really thrilling exposition. You reminded me of, I think Oscar Wilde said it's not the invisible things of the world, but the visible, which are the mysterious ones. And I suppose I have a question about ineffability, and if there's a kind of something analogous between the essence-energy distinction you're saying there is in God, could there be something analogous in creatures, right? So we've moved from the kind of hubris, you might say, of the kind of mechanistic supposition that, well, I completely understand all these things around us. It's just this last little bit we can't get, which is the consciousness bit. My sense is the ineffability of what is before my very eyes is pretty profound, actually. I just wonder if you'd give me any help on that. Do you think there is an analogy to be made there? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. It's lovely to see you. I actually, one of the ideas I've been toying around with for a year or two now is, I suppose, what might end up being called an apophatic theory of consciousness, where, as you say, one of the reasons that the human being is the image and likeness of God might be that our nature is also a mystery at its very, very heart, in its essence. Not to go so far as the ancient Stoics who spoke of the human being as being a spark from the divine fire. I think that would not be the Christian view. But there may well be something of the depth, and again, like, words are failing me because there are no words really to describe God that are going to be adequate. But there may be something of that ineffability reflected in human nature most clearly. But I agree with you also, even in, shall we say, lesser creatures. I think that's quite plausible. And I would point again to the fact that while physics, with all of the advances that it has made in the last 125 years, we still have not the foggiest idea of what anything actually is. I mean, when you get into the subatomic level of things, all you can do is come up with patterns of behavior, maybe even mathematical equations that describe and predict those patterns of behavior. And they're very useful in practical ways, but they tell us nothing about what even matter or energy actually are. I mean, if you think back to, or actually there probably are some scientists in the room, and please correct the errors that I make, but I mean, if you think of something like electromagnetic radiation, what is it? All we know is that it behaves like a wave. Okay, but what is that wave? What actually is it? And we don't have an answer for that. So in a sense, even the most basic question, what is stuff made of, is still ineffable to us. And my suspicion is that that may well be a function of the actual methodology of science itself, because that really is all that science does. It observes, it finds patterns, and then it tests those patterns and gradually comes up with better and better models. But a model is not the same thing as the thing that it models. And we don't know what the thing it models is. We have not the foggiest idea. Maybe that's more the realm of philosophy, but I feel also that's the realm of theology. And that is something where a theologian has something interesting to say. But yes, I totally concur with your sense of the ineffability, not only of human consciousness, but actually of the most common of creation around us.
Just a quick follow-up. When I heard Christopher's question, I thought about Kant and his idea of the thing in itself, and in a sense that, as I see it quickly, that, and also it somehow maybe is connected to the apophatic tradition, Kant's emphasis on that human cognition is limited also when cognizing the world, and of course the idea of the thing in itself is very it's a difficult concept to grasp, but I think it's somehow, and Kant says this as well, it's a limitation concept, some sort of a limit or a horizon of analysis that we can never fully grasp, and reality in itself, when it is confronted with our limited ways of cognition, then there is the phenomenal world, but outside of it there is something in Kant's theory.
Yeah, no, I think I would agree with a lot of that. I must confess, I find Kant a little difficult for me, but yes, I do agree with the general sentiment of us being aware of our limitations. And I would approach it from a field of philosophy with which I'm a little bit more familiar, which is the philosophy of cognition and philosophy of mind, where we are coming to understand a little better how we perceive the world and just what is the relationship between our inner experience of the world and the outer reality. And it is in many ways a surprising relationship. I'm sure some of you have come across the work, for example, on predictive coding, or sometimes called predictive processing, which is a concept that has been imported from computer science into cognitive science. And to very briefly, it basically posits that we don't perceive the world like a camera records images from outside, but what we do is we hallucinate the world. Our brains are constantly creating this experience, mostly from stuff that's already in our brains. And the value or the use that the incoming sensory data has is that it adjusts that hallucination continually. So when anything from our sensory data disagrees with what we expected to see, what we hallucinated, then it is used to change what we are experiencing on the inside. And that in itself, throws a degree of doubt as to whether we can ever know what anything ever really is in and of itself. Maybe creatures like us simply never can. Maybe it's just not within our power to ever know that. But I doubt that any philosopher or scientist would really want to admit that. So I'd better stop there before I get myself in trouble.
Much for this presentation. If there are any other questions, we can ask them later. There is a time for discussion, but now I think it's best to move on to the second presentation. Second presentation of this panel, and this will be by Krzysztof Piętak, who I believe is a student in the doctoral school of humanities at the University of Warsaw. So please welcome him to the stage.
Hello everyone. I would like to say today a few things about Qualia, physicalism, and George Berkeley. And I will begin with some definitions. In the second part, I will try to convince you that in contemporary philosophy of mind, this problem is largely determined by the debate between eliminativism and property dualism. In the third part, I will try to show you why, if so, we can demonstrate that physicalism is incompatible with empiricism. And in the third part, I will make an attempt to show that the argument I will sketch here mirror in almost every detail Berkeley's criticism of materialism. So even if the argument that I will present here is misguided, it has at least a value in the domain of history of philosophy, since it can help us to better understand Berkeley's metaphysics and epistemology. And indeed, if I am right, it is only now that we are in a position to assess correctly the argumentative power of his philosophy. So now I turn to the first part. According to the standard interpretation, the existence of qualia is something at least prima facie obvious. And although I agree with this contention, I will try to complicate a bit this picture. So usually philosophers who want to introduce this notion give examples of qualia instead of defining what they are. And the most paradigmatic examples of qualia are pain and redness. But this list can be extended very easily. It at least include all the so-called secondary qualities, so smells, flavors, colors, and bodily sensations like pain, thirst, and hunger. And what all these different things have in common is that you have to experience them from a third-person point of view in order to know what they are in their essence, or at least know something that you cannot know without experiencing them. But things are not so easy, because if you want, with the dualists, to leverage the existence of qualia as a premise in an argument against physicalism and not merely affirm their existence, we are committed to ascribe one controversial property to qualia, and we can call it the ontological property. It is emphasized by Saul Kripke in Naming and Necessity, where he assumes, without providing any argument for this contention, that in the case of qualia it is impossible to make the distinction between essence and appearance, because their essence is that they appear. So to put it roughly, pain is the sensation or the qualia of pain. Nothing more, nothing less. And if it is true, both the existence of a painless pain and of an illusion of pain is metaphysically impossible. The first is impossible because it would be the case of an essence of pain without an appearance of pain, and the second is impossible because it would be the case of an appearance of pain without an essence of pain. And although I am pretty sure that for many non-philosophers this property is not controversial, it is a historical fact that many philosophers are very reluctant to accept that is an essential property of qualia. And to give a suggestive example, it is commonly accepted among scholars of Greek philosophy, a historian of Greek philosophy, that for Plato the idea of red is not itself red. Now, the denial of the ontological property implies that it is not necessarily true that qualia are accessible from a first point of view, since if we can distinguish between essence and appearance in the case of qualia, maybe it is possible to get an epistemic access to them without experience or from a third-person point of view. So to summarize this point, what is not controversial is that such things as pain and redness seems to exist. What is controversial is that it is impossible to distinguish between essence and appearance in the case of those entities, and the success of the argument that I will present requires the acceptance of this controversial property. Now I turn to the definition of physicalism. Bertrand Russell, in his preface to Lang's monumental book entitled The History of Materialism, writes, "Materialism as a theory of the nature of the world has had a curious history. Arising almost at the beginning of Greek philosophy, it has persisted down to our own time, in spite of the fact that very few eminent philosophers have advocated it. It has been associated with many scientific advances and has seemed in certain epochs almost synonymous with a scientific outlook." And in this passage, Russell seems to suggest that materialism is synonymous with scientism and amount to the methodological thesis that, according to which the best methods we have for finding out about the world are the methods that we find in natural sciences. But materialism is also often understood as an ontological thesis, opposed, for instance, to dualism or idealism. And according to this thesis, everything in the world is physical and there is nothing beyond the physical stuff. But it is difficult to interpret this slogan in a precise way. What is this condition, being physical, that according to physicalism everything has or is? And one way of answering this question is to say that physical facts are facts susceptible to scientific investigation. If so, the ontological thesis and the methodological thesis overlap. But some would argue that it is inadmissible to define physicalism in that way, because it seems to imply that if physicalism is true, we could at least potentially know everything about the world. So formulate the so-called theory of everything. And many physicalists think that it does not make sense because we cannot preclude a priori that some physical facts lie beyond the scope of human understanding. And to be sure, it could be so that the theory of everything is possible to formulate, but this issue must be settled by an empirical investigation and not by an arbitrary definition of physicalism. Now, it is sure that this objection is well grounded, but if we accept it, we are left without answer to our initial questions, what physicalism means. And the truth is that to these days, those who don't accept the identification of physicalism with scientism haven't managed to provide any adequate definition of this term. Galen Strawson, for instance, in his recent book, who wishes to define physicalism by its ontological component, say what follows. We must be radically ignorant about fundamental aspects of the nature of the physical if materialism is true, and argue that the espousal of materialism is partly a matter of fate. So I think that in the light of what I said, it is not at least extremely controversial to define physicalism as the contention that de jure everything in the world is susceptible to an investigation from a third-person point of view. And anyway, the success of my argument requires the acceptance of this definition. Now I turn to the second part, in which I will try to show that the issue of the compatibility of physicalism with the thesis that qualia exist is largely determined by the controversy between eliminativism and property dualism. And the main premise of my argument is that indeed the controversy in question really has taken place in contemporary philosophy of mind. And what I mean by this is that it was neither a discussion about a pseudo-problem nor a debate about something foggy, but a substantial controversy concerning serious issues. Something really important has emerged during this controversy. And if it is true, it means that both sides of this controversy has been affected by it. And in order to show that it is the case, I will reconstruct the course of this controversy as follows. So, in the 50s of the 20th century, Smart and other reductive physicalists identified a genuine problem. How physicalism can be true if qualia exist? And their answer was that physicalism can be true if qualia are reducible to something physical, namely brain states. After this, Kripke and other dualists, Kripke is not a dualist, but mainly Kripke came with his argument against reductive physicalism, and under the pressure of this argument, physicalist has embraced an eliminativist stance according to which qualia do not exist. As Galen Strawson rightly emphasized, contemporary physicalists, passionately committed to the idea that everything is physical, make the most extraordinary move that has ever been made in the history of human thought. They deny the existence of consciousness, they become eliminativists. But it is worth noting that despite its counterintuitiveness, eliminativists have this advantage over traditional physicalists, that they are able to formulate what we can call an internal objection against dualism. And what do I mean by this? Well, according to eliminativism, qualia are not something given, are not an illusion or something like this, even if they are not something given, but they are theoretical entities postulated by a relatively primitive psychological theory, namely folk psychology. And folk psychology is the psychology that is held by the so-called laymen or non-philosophers. And in this respect, they have the same ontological status as phlogiston. And if so, the dualist cannot simply refer to the content of his introspection, like he do in the case of the physicalist, in order to make his point, because this content could be distorted by an inadequate theoretical framework. So he or she has to prove that qualia have a different ontological status than the one ascribed them by the eliminativist. And if this reconstruction is correct, both sides of the controversy has been affected by it, because on the one hand, dualists forced physicalists to endorse eliminativism, and physicalists for the first time in history formulate an internal objection against the existence of qualia. And in this case, eliminativism is not a temporary aberration, which differs from more standard version of physicalism by its old radicalism, Its main merits consist precisely in articulating the true present implicitly in the previous version of physicalism, namely that the existence of qualia is incompatible with physicalism. And now I turn to the third part of my presentation. So how I define empiricism. And in order to make my approach plausible, some historical considerations are required. So along with what I called after some manual to epistemology, with the Popperian revolution in the philosophy of science, a new attempt had been elaborated in order to guarantee our scientific theories and empirical connection with the external world. And Popper justifies the need of such refinements by pointing out that the derivation of all the implications of, firstly, the thesis that all observations are theoretically charged, and secondly, the criticism against induction made by Hume refutes the traditional empirical approach. So it is necessary to show in what sense our scientific theories are related to the external world. And I'm sure you know, but I have to say it. According to Popper, a theory is scientific not if it is an inductive generalization from empirical experience, but if it can be falsified in confrontation with empirical experience. And this approach permits Popper to guarantee our knowledge a connection with the external world. However, it totally gives up almost all the ambitions of traditional empiricism. Especially, it excludes the possibility of determining whether our theories are true. And this claim is a part of a position called fallibilism. The central thesis of fallibilism is that all assertions are provisional and thus open to revision in light of new evidence. And Popper used fallibilism as a way to defend what we can call a naive realism. Says that, or the mere belief in the existence of an external world, in the sense that if we are not fallibilists, according to him, we can defend the idealist attempt to reduce the world to what we know about the world. And in this sense, it is incompatible that we can know that we have a complete knowledge about the world. And my proposition, it is not only my proposition, but it's defended by many epistemologists who are fallibilists. Fallibilism is what remained from the traditional empiricism after the Popperian revolution in philosophy of science. And with this definition, I can argue that physicalism is incompatible with empiricism by evaluating the implications of this position in the context of the famous Jackson's argument from knowledge. And this argument can be formulated as follows. The first premise is that X knows everything about the physical world. The second premise is that it is not the case that X knows everything about the world. And the first conclusion is that, therefore, physicalism is incomplete. Now, the second part of the argument, if physicalism is incomplete, physicalism is false. And now from 3 and 4, the main conclusion, physicalism is false. And in order to make plausible the second premise, so that it is not the case that X knows everything about the world, Jackson formulated the following thought experiment. It's about Mary, who is confined in a black and white room, and she learns everything there is to know about the physical nature of the world. But in this black and white room, she knows all the physical facts about us and our environment in a wide sense of physical, which includes everything in completed physics, chemistry, and neurophysiology, and all there is to know about the causal and relational facts consequent upon all this, including, of course, functional roles. And Jackson said that if physicalism is true, she knows all there is to know. For to suppose otherwise is to suppose that there is more to know than every physical fact, and that it is just what physicalism denies. But it seems, however, that Mary does not know all there is to know, for when she is let out of her black and white room, she will learn what it is like to see something red. And now I turn to my reasoning. So, in the most relevant discussions about the knowledge argument, which involve such names as Churchland, Dennett, Levine, Jackson, and others, and Chalmers, the dispute concerns the second premise. On the one hand, the history of Mary has as its purpose the stimulate the intuition that physical knowledge is not all the knowledge about the world. And on the other hand, physicalists attempt to show that the history of Mary hasn't any serious philosophical implications. However, for me, it is the first premise that is problematic. Because if fallibilism is true, Mary cannot, first of all, rationally be certain that she possesses all the physical knowledge about the world, and moreover, if she thought so, she will have no reason to leave her room in order to make attempts to falsify theories that she learns when she was locked in her black and white room. So we can formulate this argument as follows. Empiricism defined as fallibilism implies the thesis that qualia exist. Physicalism rejects the thesis that qualia exist. Therefore, physicalism rejects empiricism. And I could say a lot about it, but I will leave it now like it is to hear some commentaries maybe. And now I turn to the third part of my presentation. Margaret Wilson, in one of her most beautiful essays about Berkeley, notes, of all the major modern philosophical systems, the views of George Berkeley have probably met with the most resistance, ridicule, and distortion. And indeed, during his life, his philosophy was mostly caricatured by his opponents. In the 19th and 20th century, in turns, even if certain elements of his philosophy had found either admirers as John Stuart Mill or serious critics as Alfred Ayer, almost nobody examined seriously the totality of his system. And even contemporary scholars at best attempt to defend Berkeley from the accusation that he is a subjective idealist or a solipsist, but they never try to substantiate his positive contention, namely that he is the only authentic realist and that his opponents are much closer to solipsism than they think. And why I claim that Berkeley adopts this positive contention. So to show this, I will quote one of the most neglected passages from his three dialogues between Hillas and Philonous. And the context. After showing that materialists who introduce the difference between appearance and reality in the case of impressions or sensual ideas are committed to the claim that the essence of the real world is unknowable, he adds with furor, how should we treat those philosophers who want to deprive this noble and delightful sense of all reality? How should we think of principles implying that all the visible beauty of the creation is a false imaginary glare? So it is clear from this passage and others that I don't have time to quote here, that Berkeley presents himself as the defender of the reality created by God against those who replace God's creation with their own speculations filled with invisible entities like matter and atoms. And how Berkeley substantiates this criticism. So, according to contemporary Berkeley scholar, the formula esse percipi aimed to answer two basic metaphysical questions. What does it mean to exist, and what really exists? And to the first question, Berkeley answer is esse is percipi. To the second question, Berkeley answer is what exists are ideas or sensual impressions to which we have direct cognitive access in empirical experience. And the existence of these ideas is reducible to the fact that they are perceived. Moreover, they are epistemically transparent, which means that they don't have any hidden properties. And it is easy to see that this description of ideas corresponds to our definition of qualia. Therefore, the world of Berkeley is made of qualia, the created world. Now I think that we are in a position to understand why Berkeley thought that only his system is able to vindicate the fate of the layman in the existence of the external world. If being perceivable wouldn't be the essential property of existent things, Mary could spend all her life in the black and white room and be convinced that the best way to get knowledge about the world is to read books and scientific manuals which describe the world. Nobody could convince her that it is maybe not the silliest idea in the world to leave the black and white room and confront what she learns there with the real world. Therefore, in order to convince Mary to leave her room, we have to try to convince her that esse is percipi, or at least percipi is esse, two contentions that Berkeley defends separately for the same reason. And if I am right, Berkeley was indeed what we can call a great philosopher because he understood what took us more than 4 centuries to understand, not without careful elaboration, namely that materialism is incompatible with empiricism, and that materialism leads to the same practical consequences than solipsism. Indeed, why the solipsist should leave the room in which he is locked? After all, the world is what he imagines to be the world. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the room? Please, come here.
Hi, I really enjoyed listening to you on that. I guess I just looked up Kripke and smart. And just as a point of interest, neither of them used the term qual or qualia, except Kripke in a footnote says, this is just after his discussion of H2O and water in page 128. I can send you this, but he says, the phenomenological quality of the sensation itself, on the other hand, can be regarded as a quale in some pure sense. Perhaps I'm rather vague about this, but further precision seems unnecessary. Similarly, Smart, in the third objection to the 1959, he says, even if objections do not prove that sensations are something over and above brain processes, they do prove that the qualities of sensations, right? So there's the thing again, are something over and above the qualities of brain processes, and that's the worry. It may be possible to get out of asserting the existence of irreducibly psychic processes, but not out of the asserting of the existence of irreducibly psychic properties. And I just wanted to ask how you were thinking about qualia. Obviously, Berkeley doesn't mention qualia. That's not how he's thinking. The ontology of sensation, Empfindung in the German, how you think about qualia in relation to sensations or qualia in relation to objects will matter for how you understand Jackson's argument, which is about facts, right? So if a fact is a particular instantiating a property and a world is a set of facts, how you construe the particulars and the properties of the particulars is going to vary. So I just wondered, when you're talking about qualia, what do you mean?
Yes, okay. I mean, it's a very difficult topic because I mean, the main question that somebody can ask is why we used a technical term as qualia that nobody knows in order to describe such things as redness and pain. And the thing is that the term qualia was coined by Peirce, and Peirce has a very liberal definition. For instance, he said that there is a quale of what it is lying in the couch in a winter Christmas. For him, there is a quale of something like this. But now that after came Lewis, it was in the 30s who wrote a book. He was from I'm not sure, but from Russell and Moore school, and he used the term qualia in the sense that it is used now, so as an universal that is instantiated in particular experiences. And I think that it is what Smart and Kripke understand by sensations. For your question, why Smart and Kripke, how it is that I talk about Kripke and Smart when they don't talk about qualia, I think is that after Chalmers, simply. So just Chalmers to make more simple the terminology, argue in some articles that we can call what they call sensations or impressions as qualia, and but it's a matter of terminology, and I don't think it is so important. Why it is important for me, and it's really important, is why we talk about qualia if we already have the term sensation. And the thing is that for me is that if we define qualia as those experiences that can be accessible only from a first-person point of view, so that I can only have and you know at least I have them. We can extend the extension of the definition of sensation, that it not includes only sensation, but if you think, for example, that somebody who know everything about love from a third-person point of view, and who read every poem about love, and who read everything from a neurophysiological perspective about love, still doesn't know something about love that knows somebody who fell in love, we can argue that love is a kind of qualia or mystical experience. If we think that somebody who never had mystical experience but know everything about mystical experience from books and manuals, we can argue that a mystical experience is a kind of qualia. So for me, the term is useful because it has a much greater extension than the term sensation, which usually refer to our bodily sensations. Yes, so to what we sense with our senses, and it not a priori preclude that we can have, for instance, spiritual experiences or mystical experiences or all kinds of experiences. And this is why I personally use the term qualia. And yeah, I'm not sure if I will respond to everything, but if it is satisfying.
Okay, so we have, I see we have a question from Antonios online. Antonios, could you ask your question now?
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a fascinating talk. My question is about your argument that physicalism and empiricism can't both be true, and your use of qualia as the linchpin sort of to make that argument. I'm wondering if the concept of non-reductive physicalism might be a way around your argument. Non-reductive physicalism, yeah. I mean, could a non-reductive physicalism find room for qualia as some kind of emergent property that can't be explained in purely physical terms, but it emerges from the physical and therefore can be accommodated under that kind of physicalism? What do you think? Well, actually, and also, what do you think of non-reductive physicalism? Does it work?
Reductive physicalism, I should formulate a different argument. This is why I skipped this. But non-reductive physicalism is for me an attempt to reduce qualia not to physical states but to functional states, and it has the same status as the entities postulated by sciences not reducible to physics. So, for instance, as when Fodor said that it can have the same status as liver in biology or society in sociology, and I can simply repeat here the argument of Chalmers against functionalism, that even if qualia perform certain functions, for instance, as Descartes said that the sensation of pain perform the function of helping us to avoid what is harmful for us, we still have the intuition that something is left in the explanation, namely what is it like to be in pain, and in this sense the functional attempt to reduce or to define qualia in functional terms has the same flaw as the attempt that made before them reductive physicalist. But if you have another definition of if reductive physicalism, non-reductive physicalism is something other than functionalism, I don't know. So I have no argument. But if it is it's the only thing I have to say about it. And I'm not sure if I.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any more questions from the room? Please.
So I wanted to ask, because I didn't fully get when you arrived at the argument that empiricism is not compatible with physicalism. What fallibilism? What role does it play in this? In your exposition of it?
Fallibilism?
Yes.
I mean, my point is that if we managed to show that physicalism is identical with relativism and empiricism is identical with fallibilism, and fallibilism is the idea that we have to make permanently attempt to falsify our theories in order to get a better grasp or deeper grasp in the world. We have to rationally convince the scientist why he should do this. And my argument is that if we deny the existence of qualia, we simply cannot do this. We simply cannot rationalize in any way the attitude of the scientist described, not even by Popper, because we can argue that Popper is an idealist and say or reply all the things that Kuhn say, but it is sure that there is something that if science really, even in certain periods, never act like as Popper said, science as a cultural phenomenon would be impossible and wouldn't evolve. So you can say that it's even if you don't agree with the ontological component of my argument, it's still at least in the performative sense. I think that you can formulate a weaker version with the behavior that underlie the scientific the attitude of the scientist toward the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now I get it, and I was just because when I tried to understand it, I thought about like maybe a shorter way, not through fallibilism and eliminativism. What my intuition was, what is the core of the incompatibility between empiricism and physicalism is that if we accept that inside empiricism there is a conviction that we know the world through perception, mm-hmm. and perception is something outside mm-hmm. the physical. So then it's not compatible if we accept the.
I mean, I accept this argument, and it would be easier, but it's from what I read, it's not convincing for others. So
sure.
I'm sure that it is not convincing either, but at least it is something new. So maybe mm-hmm, if I present this, I will see the reaction.
Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions, please?
Well, thank you. That was a very good presentation and very inspiring. I was wondering whether you could try to do something what you did, but not, I mean, to say that empiricism is incompatible with physicalism. Not through qualia, but through the nature of concepts. You would have to introduce some degree of idealism here, probably. But I was struck when you were mentioning the thing about the theory of everything, because you could very easily contradict that by saying that you cannot scientifically determine the theory of everything because everything is already a philosophical concept. So the problem is that neither even an aggravation of a large amount of empirical data or any amount of like scientific hypotheses, scientific data cannot give you a clear delimitation of a concept of whatever everything or the natural or the physical is. So you were also mentioning how we haven't really produced as of yet quite a coherent and plausible definition of physicalism or naturalism, right? And for me this is rather evidence for the fact that we can't really, on the basis of simple empirical evidence, we can't really determine what the physical or what the material or what the natural is. These are already abstract concepts which are somehow sort of independent from the... these are sort of sophisticated philosophical models that we make, but they are not reducible to all the particular scientific data and empirical data that we have. So that would be sort of another avenue to say that in order to claim that in order to claim physicalism, we have to have a concept of the physical, but we cannot empirically determine what is physical and what is the concept of the physical, what are its limitations, and what is nature, etc.
Yes.
What do you think about that?
And with the argument from concept, I could say only the same thing, that it is already an argument that it is in works, but simply it's not convinced everybody, so I just want to make an attempt to formulate another argument, maybe it's new, but the thing is that what was illuminating for me, and it was already mentioned here, is Galen Strawson, who now is a physicalist. I mean, he said about himself that he's a physicalist, and that say that he's a real physicalist, because he agrees with me that the implication of physicalism is eliminativism. Eliminativism is somehow incompatible with empiricism, but he don't formulate it in this term. But he said that it's it cannot be conciliated with the spirit of of science. Right. And he said that if we want to be real physicalists, we have to endorse a panpsychism. So real physicalism is panpsychism. And when he wrote his first book, I think 20 years ago, he was treated like a very extravagant philosopher. But now, even if nobody wants to agree that real physicalism is panpsychism, because from a historical point of view, it's a really weird thing to say. It's true that his argument is that if we don't want to be eliminativist, so we want to affirm the existence of qualia, which is something obvious for him, we have to be panpsychists and try to understand how we can be panpsychists and conciliate this with the naturalistic approach to the world. But my predecessors say something about this, that it's not the same thing to be physicalist and naturalist, that you can redefine the notion of physical and still be a naturalist in a sense that you believe that only science gives you the access to the real world.
Yes. But this panpsychism is very interesting, because that sort of lands you quite vaguely, or tries to reiterate something what Kant would say even, in that sense that like mere sensible stimulus cannot give you reality. You have to synthesize it with the concept. And now he calls this the unity of our perception, but you can also call it, panpsyche. But this is actually the residue where all the concepts lie, where all the categories, or the basic categories, which we can then synthesize with purely sensible data.
Yes.
Yeah. So you need those categories, and now the big question is whether
I recently read an article where the author tried to argue that for Peirce, the thing in itself is what we now call qualia, and because it is a thing that it's the only thing in the world that isn't categorized, in a sense that it is something passive and obviously as it appears in our perception, it is already categorized, but the components of this experience, so what Peirce called qualia, is beyond our category, so it is reality in itself, in the sense that it has nothing to do with us for him, but it is an experience, and it is what we really see, but we can't find it in experience because our experience is, he concede to Kant is already categorized, but that we can see something beyond this, and this is what we could now call qualia. I'm not sure if I agree, but it was interesting to see that somebody wrote an article like this.
Well, thanks. Interesting stuff. I'm not going to take much more time.
Are there any more questions, either to Krzysztof or to Antonios? Any more discussion? Sorry? Yeah, he has raised a hand, but I'm not sure if that was before on the first question, and then he didn't just put it down. So, if there are no more questions or discussions, I would like to thank you very much for the participation in this session, and just wish you a pleasant lunch break. And that would be all for now. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody, after the lunch break to our conference. It gives me enormous pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Peter van Inwagen. He's the John Cardinal O'Hara Professor of Philosophy Emeritus at the University of Notre Dame in the States, and also Research Professor of Philosophy at Duke University, depending on whether you speak with a British pronunciation as I do or American. Okay, so I'm going to say Duke because I'm British, but I know it should be pronounced Duke. While he works in a wide variety of areas, much of his work has been in metaphysics, the philosophy of action, and the philosophy of religion. He moved to Notre Dame from Syracuse in 1995 and was elected a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 2005. Van Inwagen's 1983 monograph, An Essay on Free Will, made an indubitably significant contribution to opening up discussions about free will in mainstream analytical philosophy by drawing attention to the role that incompatibilism could play as an option for characterizing the relationship between free will and determinism. Subsequently, in his 1990 book, Material Beings, Van Inwagen set out to examine the metaphysics of material composition, arguing controversially that all material objects are either elementary particles or living organisms. His treatment of that topic helped define many of the key terms employed in metaphysical discourse over subsequent decades. In 2003, he gave the Gifford Lectures, published 3 years later as The Problem of Evil, in which he sought to address so-called arguments from evil. That is to say, arguments against the existence of God that appeal to facts about evil. Recent writings have addressed a variety of topics in metaphysics and philosophical theology, including the question of human resurrection after death. Van Inwagen's widely acclaimed introduction to metaphysics, entitled Metaphysics, was re-released last year by Routledge in its 5th edition, something that testifies to the continuing influence and relevance of his ideas as metaphysics is concerned. So, without more ado, I'd like to invite Professor Inwagen to give his lecture right now. Professor Inwagen, are you there? Yeah. Okay, and the lecture is entitled Naturalism. Professor Inwagen.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I say Duke myself, but I wish to begin by thanking the organizers of this conference for honoring me by inviting me to be one of its speakers. I do regret that the infirmities of age have prevented me from attending in person. Now, there is a handout. If you don't have it, it's of no great consequence, but it would help with a couple of the rougher technical passages in the paper. But if you don't grasp the rougher technical passages, that's of no consequence either. But there are a couple of corrections I'd like to make to the handout. They're both on the second page. That's the page that has the words "an obvious consequence of naturalism" at the top of the page. If you look down, you'll see toward the bottom, 2 bullet-pointed sentences, and right above those, a little patch that begins "an uncentered supernatural." Insert the word "being" after supernatural there. And as for the 2 bullet-pointed sentences, eliminate the bullet point from the first. That shouldn't have been bullet-pointed. That is the sentence that begins "two theses in the philosophy of language." That should not have been bullet-pointed. And the patch that follows the second one, the one that begins "certain natural language words and phrases," that should have been bullet pointed. Bullet point between certain natural language words and phrases. I hope that's clear. But if it isn't, a third time, it's of no consequence. Okay. Now, the word naturalism obviously has something to do with nature. There can, I think, be no objection to saying that a naturalist is someone who says that there is nothing besides nature, nothing in addition to nature, nothing outside or beyond or above nature. There are no objection, but it's not a very informative thing to say. For what is this nature, besides which, if the naturalists are right, there is nothing? The etymologies of the words natura and physis are connected with the ideas of birth and growth, and this root meaning is preserved in the usual understanding of the English word nature by most people. As most people use the word nature, nature is something that is mostly green. Indeed, in its primary sense, the word naturalist applies not to a person who holds a certain philosophical position, but to a person who knows all about birds and trees and wild flowers. But if naturalism is the thesis that there is nothing besides nature, the word nature must be understood as denoting something that is not mostly green, but is mostly black. I owe the nature as mostly green, nature as mostly black opposition to C.S. Lewis. Nature, in the sense that interests us, is simply another name for the physical universe, or the cosmos. Naturalism is therefore the thesis that there is nothing besides the physical universe. The physical universe is the sum total of all physical things. Naturalism is therefore the thesis that all things are physical things. Naturalism is therefore physicalism. We should certainly be very puzzled if someone said, I'm not a naturalist, but I'm a physicalist, or I'm not a physicalist, but I'm a naturalist. But this is of very little help, for it merely replaces the question, what does natural mean, with the question, what does physical mean? The word physical has come a very long way from its archaic Greek genesis in the growth of plants. It might even be said that the Latin word natura was invented to be the Latin translation of the Greek word physis, that the old French word nature was invented to be the old French translation of natura, and that the English word nature was invented to be the English translation of nature. It might be said, therefore, that natural and physical were synonyms. If it were said, it would not be quite true. For example, a pious Roman Catholic and a hard-headed atheist disputing about the implications of a supposed healing at Lourdes will agree that if a malignant tumor really vanished overnight, its vanishing was a physical event, but will disagree about whether it was a natural event. I should think that what this shows is that when the adjectives physical and natural are applied to events, the former application pertains to their constituents and the latter to their causes. Still, the words are close enough in meaning that if we are going to use physical to define naturalism, use the word physical to define the word naturalism, we shall have to take care to make sure that our definitions are not circular. What shall we say, then, about the meaning of physical? Well, the word, in the sense that is of present interest, obviously has something to do with the science of physics. If we were satisfied with the current state of physics, of standard working physics, we could define physical in the following way. There are two fundamental kinds of physical entities, space-time and elementary particles. Now, for present purposes, I'm going to ignore the fact that according to quantum field theory, it is quantum fields rather than particles that are the fundamental constituents of physical reality. My excuse for this simplification is that nothing I say is going to depend on it. The physical thing, then, is either space-time or some part of space-time or an elementary particle or something composed of elementary particles. But no one is in fact satisfied with the current state of physics, which is in which physics is a composite of the general theory of relativity and the so-called standard model. One very good reason for this is that the general theory of relativity and the standard model are inconsistent with each other, although in most situations that physicists are concerned to study, the inconsistency can be walled off and ignored. The second reason is that while the general theory of relativity is beautifully plausible, the standard model, for all its effectiveness, contains much unlovely arbitrariness. It is hoped that one day physics will be a unified and beautiful whole, that the science of physics will be coextensive with a single theory that explains both gravity, the present business of the standard model, and everything, the present business of general relativity, and everything else, the present business of the standard model. But it's generally conceded that the ontology of this dreamt of final theory will almost certainly be very unlike the ontologies of general relativity and the standard model. Perhaps there will in the end be no space-time, but only particles, or something analogous to particles. Maybe they won't be point-line. Or perhaps there will be no particles, but only space-time, particles being reduced to singularities in space-time. Or perhaps there will be neither, but some third kind of thing, a kind of which we do not at present have a clear picture. However this may be, most people would agree that we cannot plausibly define physical by reference to the ontologies of the two components of present-day physics. What, then, are we to do if we wish to define physical? Well, most thinkers who have tried to answer this question would say something like this. We must abstract from the physics we know its essential core, something that, because it is essential to physics, will survive any future transformation of physics. We can do this, and when we have done it, we shall not have something so abstract and general as to be philosophically uninteresting. We shall have a really interesting concept, and it will reveal to us the essence of, or allow us plausibly to define, the physical, and hence the natural, and hence naturalism. Well, attempts at abstracting the essential core of present-day physics have been of two kinds, epistemological and ontological. The former finds the essence of physics in an unchanging method. Although, the proponents of the epistemological attempt say, the physics of the future will no doubt employ concepts very different from those of the present day, physicists will always use the same methods in their investigation, and these methods will one day lead them to a final theory, and that final theory will be a physical theory, as opposed to something that grew out of physics, but is not physics, as experimental psychology grew out of philosophy, but is not philosophy. It will be a physical theory because it is historically continuous with the discipline now called physics, its continuity with present-day physics consisting precisely in the continued application of those unchanging methods of investigation. This final theory will postulate entities of certain sorts, it will assert their existence. We may therefore plausibly define physical things as things of the sorts that will be postulated by the final theory. Or, at any rate, we may define physical things as things that are composed of things of those sorts, for no doubt there are special contingent structures, human beings and stars, for example, whose existence will not be a consequence of the theory itself, although their existence may be a consequence of the theory together with certain boundary conditions. Naturalism or physicalism may be defined as the thesis that there exist only things of the sorts that will be postulated by the final theory, or else composed of it, things composed of those things. Now, I don't know what to say about this suggestion, other than to voice some suspicion. After all, I'm not a philosopher of physics, much less a physicist. I know little of these matters. But my unschooled suspicions are these. I suspect that there may be no such thing as the unchanging methods of investigation in physics that the definition depends on. And I suspect that if there are such methods, human beings, even given world enough and time, may not be capable of using them to reach a final theory. Who knows? Maybe they will be competing candidates for the office final theory, such that the unchanging methods of investigation will tell physicists that one could choose between these candidates only by performing an experiment that would require a linear accelerator 1,000 light years long. I don't know what others would say about this, but for my part, I should not want the validity of the account of naturalism I endorsed to depend on the assumption that the suspicions I have voiced are ungrounded. The ontological approach seems to me to be more promising. When we examine the properties of the theoretical entities of physics, we found that the following things can be said about certain of these properties with such assurance that it seems reasonable to suppose that any possible future physics will postulate only entities that have these properties. First, whatever the new panpsychists may try to tell us, nothing in the nature of these entities has anything to do with the mental. Nothing in their nature pertains to personality, consciousness, or intentionality. Human persons and all other entities that are conscious or have intentional states are complex, special, physically contingent structures composed of the fundamental entities postulated by physics. The mental properties of these complex structures must supervene on the properties of the entities physics postulates, of course, but those entities themselves do not have the least tincture of the mental about them. Just as the theoretical entities are not in any way alive, although all living things are ultimately composed of them, they in no way think or feel. The theoretical entities of physics, moreover, have no teleological properties. Even if certain complex structures entirely composed of these entities have ends or purposes or functions, for example, even if the function of hearts is to pump blood, or the function of warehouses is to house or to provide space to house equipment and inventory, teleology is in no way present in the theoretical entities that are the ultimate parts of these structures. Finally, these properties are numerically quantifiable. If, for example, the theoretical entities, just for the sake of an example, have mass and charge, one entity may have twice the mass or 1/2 the charge of another. And what applies to these the properties of these entities applies mutatis to the relations that they bear to one another. If, for example, one entity is separated from another by a certain space-time interval, a relation that may or may not actually figure in future physics, well, there's nothing mental or teleological about space-time intervals, and they have numerical measures, or at least measures that can be defined in terms of numbers. Physicalism or naturalism may now be defined. And this is in not quite the words I'm using here at the top of the handout. Nothing exists but A, entities having such properties, that is, non-mental, non-teleological, numerically quantifiable properties, and bearing such relations, non-mental, non-teleological, numerically quantified relations to one another, and B, composite objects that have these entities as their ultimate parts. Some among the mereological sums of these entities may have mental or teleological and non-quantifiable properties. Whether they have such properties or not, their properties, all of the properties of the composite entities, all their properties supervene on the properties of the entities that are their ultimate parts and the relations these ultimate parts bear to one another. The distribution of properties in any world, in any possible world, depends on the distribution of properties among the simple or ultimate entities. As a matter of metaphysical necessity, two worlds that are alike in respect to the properties of and relations among their ultimate entities are perfect duplicates. According to naturalism, the truth of what is expressed by any of the following sentences, supposing them to express truths, supervenes on the non-mental, non-teleological, numerically quantifiable properties of, and the non-mental, non-teleological, numerically quantifiable relations that hold among the ultimate or simple entities. These sentences are reproduced on the handout. The first is a sentence that a city that is a perfect duplicate of Tokyo is the capital of a nation that is a perfect duplicate of Japan. Now, in the remaining illustrative sentences, I'm going to abandon the metaphysical scruples that have led me here to speak in perfect duplicates. The second illustrative sentence is, Taylor Swift's favorite color is purple. And it is wrong to bear false witness against one's neighbor. And there are at least 500,000 species of beetle. It's easier for a German to learn Dutch than it is for an Italian. In the 2020s, some astrophysicists began to doubt the existence of dark matter. All right. Now, there's one issue that divides naturalists that I will simply note. Some naturalists are unhappy about affirming the real existence of Platonic or abstract entities, such as properties and propositions and mathematical objects like numbers and functions and tensors, and some are not. Rather than take sides in this dispute, I will simply insert one additional word into my statement of naturalism. Nothing concrete exists but the ultimate, the simple entities of physics and their composites. This is naturalism simpliciter. We may then say that there are two schools of naturalism, anti-Platonic naturalism, which insists that there are no Platonic entities, and the more liberal school, which simply does not worry about Platonic entities, which after all have no causal powers, and happily allows quantification over them. One might, of course, worry about what the opposed pair of terms concrete and abstract mean, but this is a problem that confronts everyone with ontological interests, and there is no reason to suppose that a naturalist and a non-naturalist, or an anti-naturalist and a liberal naturalist, an anti-Platonic naturalist and a liberal naturalist, would disagree about the merits of any proposed way of making the abstract concrete distinction clear. In the remainder of this talk, I'm going to address a series of questions about the relation of naturalism to various other topics and ideas. The first of these questions pertains to the ontology of the mental, and in particular, to the metaphysics of mental states and the question of what naturalists should say about the mental. Now, philosophers of mind, a category to which I most assuredly do not belong, are always talking about mental states. But what are they? For that matter, what is a state? Any sort of state, mental or physical. This is not a question that philosophers of mind are generally quick to answer. When I've tried to persuade philosophers of mind to answer it, I've got a variety of results, but I have never got an answer. Some of the philosophers of mind do not respond at all. Some respond with words that don't seem to mean much, like, well, the term is defined functionally. You have to immerse yourself in exchanges in which it occurs. Some respond with derision. I see we have with us today a representative of the sterile scholasticism characteristic of metaphysicians. Some respond with accusations of disingenuousness. You know perfectly well what mental state means. You're just pretending not to understand. But if there is nothing but, on the one hand, sums of fundamental physical entities, and on the other, abstract Platonic entities, what is there for mental states to be but some among the abstract Platonic entities, to wit, the ones variously called properties or qualities or attributes? What is there for my physical state at T to be, if not the conjunction of all the physical properties I have at T? What is there for my mental state at T to be, if not the conjunction of all the mental properties I have at T? What could mental states be if not properties? They're certainly not sums of fundamental physical entities, are they? Not objects like the persons or beasts whose mental states they are. If naturalism is true, a thing belongs to the metaphysical category substance if and only if it's a sum of the fundamental physical entities. That can't be right, says the interlocutor, because if it were right, then mental states would exist necessarily. They'd exist no matter what. They'd exist in possible worlds in which nothing is sapient and nothing is sentient. They'd exist in all possible worlds, and they'd exist at all times. Consider the mental state of some English soldier at some moment during the Battle of Culloden, a complex mixture of fear, excitement, calculation, and all manner of desires and beliefs. The desire to avoid being killed here on this field of Culloden, for example, and the belief that he had been born early in the 18th century. If mental states are, as you suppose, universalia ante res, that momentary mental state exists now just as surely as it existed in 1745, and it already existed when dinosaurs roamed the earth. End of interlocutor's outburst. Well, I have no reply to this imaginary objection other than to repeat myself. I don't know what a state, mental or physical, could possibly be if it were not a property. And I don't see how a property can possibly avoid being a necessarily existent thing. Now, here's one of these difficult little passages, and it's summarized on the handout. Suppose that there is a possible world W in which a certain property does not exist, the property being cubical, let us say. If that property does not exist in W, then it's hard to see how propositions about cubes, for example, the proposition that there are cubes, or the proposition that it's possible for there to be cubes, could exist in W. And if it is possible in W for there to be cubes, it's hard to see how it could fail to be the case that the proposition that it is possible for there to be cubes could be anything other than true in W. And it follows that if the attribute being cubical does not exist in W, then it's not possible in W for there to be cubes. And from that, it follows that the actual world, which is well endowed with cubes, is not a possible world in W. But W is a possible world according to the actual world, so then the accessibility relation is not symmetrical. And this very situation in which we find ourselves might have been not only not possible, not actual, but not possible. I find it a lot easier to believe that attributes are necessarily existent than I do to believe that this actual state of affairs might not have been possible. Now, I am myself very far indeed from being a naturalist, but I agree with most things that naturalists believe about us human beings and the world about us. In one manner, I may perhaps be more a naturalist about human beings than most naturalists. I deny that there are entities that are in any way parts or constituents of human beings, or that inhere in human beings other than physical entities. I'll try to explain the way I see this matter by means of an example. Suppose that Sally is a dedicated Buddhist, and that she has achieved the no-mind state. She is literally thinking no thoughts and having no experiences. But the no mind state is even harder to persist in than it is to achieve. And it ends, and Sally suddenly finds herself entertaining an elaborate visual memory of her 4-year-old daughter romping in a field of daisies. I maintain that nothing came into existence at this point. There are no visual memories, no mental images, experiences, sensations, perceptions, sense data, or qualia. There are indeed mental properties, but they are not what property dualists call mental properties. What I am calling mental properties are as abstract and bloodless as the Riemann zeta function. Such attributes as is thinking of Vienna, or it tends carefully to the orange afterimage of the camera flash, or desperately wishes to gain her father's approval, are eternal, necessarily existent, and without causal powers. The same, of course, is true of physical properties. Being made entirely of glass, having a mass of 70 kilograms, and being hot enough to scorch paper are necessarily existent and without causal powers. Being hot enough to scorch paper doesn't have causal powers. It is a causal power, but it doesn't have causal powers, nor does it contribute to the causal powers of the things that have it. A poker just out of the fire is not hot enough to scorch paper because it has the property being hot enough to scorch paper. Rather, it has the property being hot enough to scorch paper because it is hot enough to scorch paper. When Sally emerged from the no mind state and resumed thinking and feeling, I have said, nothing thereby came into existence. She, of course, began once more to have mental properties, but the mental properties she began to acquire had always existed. If she suddenly had the thought, a little girl in a white cotton dress is a lovely thing, that thought was a thought that I suspect thousands of other people have had. It is what Frege calls a gedanke, and what I generally call a proposition. It is a thought in the sense the words have in the expression two minds with but a single thought, and in the title, The Thoughts of Chairman Mao. But then, what are the property dualists' non-physical properties? What are the ethical intuitionist non-natural properties? I once pressed David Chalmers on the question of what the phrase non-physical property meant. And that isn't a question that has an obvious answer. Non-physical property doesn't mean property that isn't a physical thing, or all properties would be non-physical properties. It doesn't mean property that can only be had by non-physical things, or property dualism would entail that only non-physical things can think and feel. That is, assuming that there are both thinking things and material things. Property dualism would entail substance dualism, the disavowal of which is one of the primary reasons for being a property dualist. Now, Chalmers' answer to this difficult question was, I think, the only possible answer. This is some of the following material is summarized on the handout. He suggested that we base our definition of non-physical property on some set of paradigmatic physical properties or kinds of physical properties, perhaps those that can be built up mathematically, starting with displacement, duration, mass, charge, even the more recondite dimensions, as they're called in physics, that figure principally in calculations that pertain to goings-on inside the nucleus. Let us call the properties that can be so specified the basics. In what follows, I allow for the possibility that the properties that are the basics in one possible world are not the basics in another. All right, then, say that two worlds that have the same basics are basically similar. So if mass and charge are the basics in the actual world, then the actual world is basically similar to those and only those worlds in which mass and charge are the basics. And we say that a property is physical in the world W, just in the case that it is distributed in the same way in W and some other world W prime, if W and W prime are basically similar, and the basics are distributed in the same way in W and W prime. That is, a property is physical in a world if it supervenes on the basics in that world. And a property is non-physical in W if it is not physical, but it is possibly true in W that it is a property of physical things. So, for example, the property thinking about gravity is a non-physical property in the actual world. If Einstein was a physical thing, and there is a possible world that is basically similar to the actual world, in which the basics are distributed just as they are in the actual world, and Einstein is a zombie. A world just like this one, but Einstein, at any rate, is complete blank on the inside. Now, an obvious consequence of naturalism, this is on the handout, this is an obvious consequence of naturalism. Two worlds are alike in every respect, two worlds that are alike in respect of the properties of and relations among their element entities are alike in every respect. So you have the elementary particles, say, in space-time, if those are the element entities, if two worlds are the other world, things are distributed in space-time in exactly the same way, then those worlds are alike in every respect. And the following two principles seem, I would say, I'm not endorsing them, I'm saying it's a consequence of naturalism. The following principles seem plausible. These two are on the handout. If W and W prime are two basically similar worlds in which the basics are distributed in the same way, then W and W prime are alike in respect to the properties of and relations among their ultimate entities. And if there are properties that are distributed differently in W and W prime, then W and W prime are not alike in every respect. If those two principles are true, then naturalism entails that there are no non-physical properties. Okay, well, that's not a very surprising thesis. I mention it to contrast the non-physical properties of the property dualists with the non-natural properties of the ethical evolutionists. I think it is fair to say that although G.E. Moore never used the word supervene or any of its grammatical variants, he was the inventor of the concept of supervenience. In The Conception of Intrinsic Value, he maintained that non-natural properties like goodness and beauty, when they belong to natural things like a human being or a golden ring, are not independent of the natural properties of those things. For example, if a golden ring is a beautiful object, then any ring of the same size, shape, mass, color, density, texture, and so on, and let's not pause over the question of what and so on comes to, any ring with those properties must also be beautiful. A perfect physical duplicate of a beautiful ring has to be a beautiful ring too. It seems then that there is an interesting contrast to be drawn between the non-physical properties that figure in Chalmers's metaphysical mind and the non-natural properties that figure in Moore's metaphysic of value. It indeed seems, well, natural to say that physical property and natural property are, as the history of the word natural would suggest, two names for the same class of properties. But that can't be right. Non-physical property, the phrase non-physical property, by definition, applies to properties that do not supervene on natural properties. And if the words non-natural property do not by definition apply only to properties that supervene on natural properties, the thesis that they apply only to such properties is nevertheless an important component of the metaphysic of value in which those properties figure. My overreaction to this contrast is one that I recommend to all naturalists. It is this: Although naturalists should regard property dualism as inconsistent with naturalism, they should concede that they understand the notion. Property dualists maintain, very roughly speaking, the pattern of instantiation of mental properties by physical things is not metaphysically necessitated by the laws of nature and the distribution of matter and radiation in space-time. And for that reason, the term non-physical is applied to mental properties, because according to the property dualists, they don't supervene on the distribution of matter and radiation in space-time. But according to Moore, non-natural properties like goodness and beauty do supervene on distribution of matter and radiation in space-time. Admittedly, he wouldn't quite put it that way, but I don't think that misrepresents him. But then, in virtue of what are these non-natural properties if they supervene on natural properties? We may well ask. Now I want to turn from properties to substances, the things with causal powers. In the sequel, I'll call them beings. Naturalists, of course, deny that there are beings that are in any sense outside nature. But they have been, as a group, particularly concerned to deny the existence of beings that are not simply outside nature, but are also above nature, to deny the existence of supernatural beings. The rest of this talk will be about the concept of the supernatural and the kinds of things that can properly be described as supernatural. In common parlance, I suppose, the word supernatural is used in matters pertaining to beings of the sort one encounters in horror movies, ghosts, vampires, werewolves, and so on. But these are not supernatural beings. That is, they are not unreal or fictional supernatural beings. They are rather natural beings, or would be if they were real. But suppose someone says, look, vampires at all are not merely things that aren't real, like Wells's Martians. They are things that couldn't be real. They couldn't be real because their real existence would be contrary to the laws of nature. And that's precisely why we call them supernatural beings. The interlocutor is certainly right to say that the real existence of ghosts and werewolves and such wouldn't be contrary to the laws of nature, but that doesn't justify applying the term supernatural to them. Giants, for example, are forever consigned to myth and legend by the square cube law, and centaurs cannot exist because their human mouths and nostrils and lungs would not be able to process the amount of oxygen needed to maintain the metabolic processes of those huge organisms. And no one would say that a giant or a centaur was a supernatural being. The denizens of horror movies are not the only creatures that are not supernatural beings. For instance, the gods of the ancient Mediterranean and Mesopotamian worlds are not supernatural beings. I do see the sign. You remember we started sometime after the hour. What then would a supernatural being be? Well, I want to make just well, I do have a bit more to say, and I was told that the time I was to speak from between 45 minutes and an hour. I have spoken for just over 40 minutes now. What would a supernatural being be? Well, to make a start, a being that is not a part of the physical world and shares no part with the physical world, a being whose genesis is not within the natural world and whose nature owes nothing to the natural world. But to say only that much is to provide only a definition of a non-natural being. The definition of supernatural being requires one more clause. A supernatural being is in some way the ground or source of the being and nature of the natural world. Two obvious examples are God and the Neoplatonic One. One might wonder whether any lesser supernatural beings than these two were possible. God is an ontological center. The existence and nature of everything else depends on him. The One is an ontological center. The existence and nature of everything else depends on it. God is a personal ontological center. The One is an impersonal ontological center. One wonders, though, whether there could be lesser supernatural beings than God or the One. That is, could there be supernatural beings that were created or which otherwise owe their existence to other supernatural beings? They wouldn't be ontological centers. So I'd call them uncentered supernatural beings. And I want to give just one example of a possible uncentered supernatural being. Or at least I'll give an example of what I'm about to say is meaningful at all. It depends on the so-called simulation hypothesis, that we're all living in a simulation of a world, sort of like in the Matrix, but without even the physical beings that figure, the physical brains that figure in the Matrix. It's quite a possible, quite a plausible, it's quite a popular theory in some quarters these days. I don't really understand it because I reject two theses in the philosophy of language that are written at the bottom of your handout here. That is, suppose that we're living in a simulation, then it would be possible for the people conducting the simulation and us to have a common language. And secondly, the certain natural language words and phrases do not fail of reference. Words and phrases like the English words and phrases, the physical universe, the laws of nature, matter, radiation, the earth, you, I, Vladimir Putin. As long as you accept those two, then the example will go through. And so suppose one day a woman appears, a strange woman comes to see you, and she tells you that you're living in a computer simulation, and that she, that is, she whose avatar is speaking to you, is one of the people who constructed the simulation. When you express skepticism, she pulls a pen from your shirt pocket and says, "Let this pen turn to chocolate." And it does. And while munching on your former pen, you'll watch while she turns the sun green, transforms the oak in your front yard into a Tolkien-style ent, and gives wings and the power of flight to your astonished cat. If she is one of the people who constructed the simulation, she can do all these things, just a matter of rewriting some code. She can do these miraculous things, these literally miraculous things. For what she is doing is setting aside the laws of nature at a whim. Well, why not? She wrote the code that established the laws of nature, and she can change it. It seems, therefore, that the creators of the computer simulation are the creators of what we call, and correctly call, the physical universe. They are the authors of nature. It exists because it's their will that it should exist. It continues to exist from one moment to the next only because it's their will. The laws of nature, the laws they have designed and imposed upon nature, continue to be laws from moment to moment only because that is their pleasure. Well, there's a lot more that could be said on this topic. If I were to go on, I might point out some important differences between them and Descartes' genius malignus and its great deception on the other differences. But I think we must make an end somewhere. So let's make an end here. Thank you.
Thank you for that very thought-provoking and interesting presentation. I'd like to open things now to the floor, to the audience with questions. Questions, of course, are always preferable to lectures, so short questions. If you have a question, then, and I invite you to come up here, please do come down to obviously where the microphone is and where you can then also be on camera for the people participating online. So, do we have any questions right now for Professor Van Inwagen? Okay, so while you're digesting all of that, perhaps I can ask Professor Van Inwagen about something which caught my attention, which is, Professor Van Inwagen, you talk about propositions existing or not existing, rather than, say, talking about states of affairs obtaining or not obtaining, and rather than talking about propositions or sentences being true or not being true. And that reminds me of a certain historical phase in early analytical philosophy when the likes of Russell talked about propositions as ontological constituents of reality. Yeah? So is that your intention to suggest something like that, or is this just a kind of preferred form of wording? Why do you want to talk, why do you use that term exists in that particular way of propositions? Is that something that is philosophically significant in the context of your presentation?
A proposition, can you hear me all right? Is everything working properly? A proposition is, propositions are things that we say. So somebody says, if somebody says that, for example, Oxford is in England, then what that person said is the proposition that Oxford is in England. Propositions are things that people think are true. Well, some people think that things other people have said are true. So I guess what you think and what you say, that's the same thing. Now, states of affairs, I don't see the difference between a state of affairs and a proposition. Really, a proposition, a state of affairs that obtains I don't see the difference between the property obtaining and the property truth, or the property not obtaining and the property falsity. And then, if the Martians only have one of these categories, I would think they could get along in the world as well as we do with the two categories, if there really are two. So I suspect there aren't two. They're just one. Is there a reason to distinguish between propositions and states of affairs?
So the fact that you talk about propositions existing or not existing as distinct from the question of whether propositions obtain or not are true or are not true. I mean, we might talk about whether beings exist, living beings exist. We might talk about whether unicorns exist. Does it have a significance for you to take that term exists and apply it specifically to propositions?
Well, I mean, there are certainly nothing wrong with applying the word existence to propositions, I would think. I mean, suppose someone has meaningless theory, then you would say he thought he said something, but there wasn't anything that he said. I don't see a difference between there wasn't any and didn't exist. That is, I'm Aquinian, about these matters in meta ontology. I think, there is and exists, and some allowing for their different syntactical properties mean the same thing.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a question. We're starting to get questions now from the floor. We'll start with Chris. I think you were first. Would you like to come down? And then afterwards. Is that one working?
Hi. Can you hear me, Peter?
I can.
Great. It's a great pleasure to listen to you. I have a couple of questions, and I'm still thinking about what you've said. The first is about the notion of an ontological centre. And I remember you came to King's London once and talked about two problems for a truth-centred ontology. And I'm just wondering if you're intending the centering word to be working in the same way, and if so, what is that way? That's the first thing I'm wondering. And the second thing I'm wondering is about the notion of the occurrent continuant distinction, whether there's something about the reality or unreality of time in the background of this. So in your Material Beings book, you didn't have much to say about the ontology of events and occurrence and processes and such. But the kind of category of activity, occurrent, process, state, I'm wondering if there's something about the distinction between two types of existent, the occurrent and the continuant, and how that might play in. So, sorry if that's not very clear. I'd be curious to hear about the centering and the occurrent.
Okay, second was occurrent, continuant, and remind me, what was the first again?
About centering. If the two problems for the truth-centered ontology, you talked about.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, center is a very versatile word, right? I don't think that when I talk about a truth-centered ontology, I was talking about an ontology of abstract objects, and the idea was that all abstract objects in some way involve the concept of truth. Propositions involve the concept of truth because you can't understand the concept of proposition unless you understand the concept of truth. And properties involve it because they involve the concept being true of something. Now, right or wrong, that doesn't seem to have too much to do with the idea of ontological centeredness that I talked about, because that's about a concrete object. So I was using the word in the talk in London that you're remembering I used. I was talking about abstract objects. This concept of ontological centering is about substances or concrete objects. So I don't think there's a lot there. Similarity. It's just one of just center is just one of those really, really abstract words. As to occurrent and continuant, I think there are continuants, that is, substances, right? I think, for example, that you and I are substances. I don't think that there are occurrents. I deny the existence of events or processes or anything else like that. I mean, I think if you go back to the poker and the fire, when you put the poker in the fire, it becomes hot. So we have the substance, the poker. We have the property being hot, those two entities, the poker does acquire the property at a certain time, but does there have to be an entity that is the acquisition of the property hot by the poker? I don't see any reason to think so, and I don't include such things in my ontology. Now that does present me with some difficult paraphrase proposals. I have to have problems. I have to show how to paraphrase sentences like the sequence of events that led up to the core meltdown in the nuclear reactor has been well documented. Okay, well, I accept the challenge there, but the basic statement is that I just reject the existence of occurrence.
If you want to come back.
I mean, thank you. I think I'll think about this. Thank you.
Yeah. Our next question. Yep.
Well, thank you very much for your lecture. I'm not sure if I correctly understood, so I just want a short elaboration. If it follows from your definition of a physical property that what is a physical property in world W could be a non-physical property in world W prime and vice versa, or no?
Sorry?
Do you hear me? Sorry.
Just please repeat the question. Maybe speaking slightly more slowly.
Okay. I would like to ask, does it follow from your definition of physical property, or that the property is physically in the world? Okay, otherwise. Yes, does it follow from your definition of physical property that what is a physical property in one possible world is not a physical property in another possible world?
Well, is there a difficulty with the idea that the basic physical properties in one world? I mean, suppose, for example, would you find it difficult with the idea that there are different elementary particles in different possible worlds? If there are, the basic physical properties might be different in different worlds. For example, there might be worlds in which there are entities that are just like protons, but they're not composite. They're not composed of quarks. So there are no such basic physical properties as, say, color charge, which is a property of quarks. So in such a world, the basic physical properties would be different.
Okay.
I'm just allowing for that. No, it's consistent with my thesis that the basic physical properties are the same in every possible world. I just don't want to rule out the possibility that there may be different basic physical properties in different possible worlds.
But a property is physical in a world W when it is subvariant and not supervariant, when it is a basic property, as you said. So it's not defined by its characteristics, but it's, I mean, the place it occupies in a given world. I'm not sure if it's.
I don't know. I'm not understanding you.
Okay, so not so.
I mean, it sounds interesting what you're saying, but it's also hard to understand. It is a little bit unclear. Do you want to have one more go at that, or what? It's up to you.
I can try.
I think we can stick with this for a moment. Yeah, one more go. Yeah,
because if a physical property is what is subvenient or is fundamental or basic in the sense that it not depends on anything else. We don't define the physical property by what it is intrinsically, that I don't know if it is no mental or non-teleological or something like this, but by it function in the world, what it do in the world, that it is in fact fundamental, so not depend on anything else, but what everything else depend upon. And in your definition of naturalism, you define, if I understand you correctly, that physical entities have some characteristics, that they are non-mental, non-teleological, and I just wonder if I understood correctly how we can reconcile these two definitions, one which define the physical by its characteristic, that it's non-mental, non-teleological, and so forth, and the second, if I understand correctly, by the fact that it is subvenient and not supervenient, but I'm not sure if I understand correctly, so maybe it's not the
No, I think you tried very hard. I think it is by its very nature what you're asking about difficult, and obviously the language, the fact that Professor Van Inwagen is online, all of these things make life slightly harder here. But I think, Professor Van Inwagen, would you like to respond still to that, or?
Well, I was trying to make clear the only way that Chalmers' notion of a non-physical property could be understood. So you have, do you not, you have people who say, well, I'm a property dualist, but not a substance dualist. I think they're only physical things, but I think that some of the properties, certain of the physical things are non-physical properties. And so, but what does that mean? It doesn't mean a property that isn't a physical thing. It doesn't mean a property that can belong only to non-physical things. So what it is, according to Chalmers, is a property that doesn't supervene on the distribution of certain basic physical properties. So we define a certain class of properties that we agree are physical properties, just extensionally. Mass is a physical property, charge is a physical property, color charge is a physical property, frequency is a physical property, and so on. And we have some list of these, and then we say, we talk about a non-physical property is a property that doesn't supervene on these. So, for example, thinking about gravity as a non-physical property, if, first of all, Einstein is a physical thing and he has this property, but there are possible worlds in which perfect duplicates of Einstein don't have perfect physical duplicates in terms of the basic physical properties, don't have the property thinking about gravity. If, for example, worlds in which Einstein is a zombie and has no mental properties at all. That's how we define non-physical property, and we claim that mental properties are non-physical properties. I brought this up simply to show that the non-physical properties of the property dualists and the non-natural properties of the ethical intuitionists are, well, it's two different concepts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I think that we have Professor Talafiero online. Am I correct in thinking, do you have a question, or you'd like to come in on this point, and then afterwards we'll go to Chris here. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So, I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much, Professor Van Inwagen. Great paper, wonderful illustrations, thought experiments. my brief question is terminological, and it's about the use of the word supernatural. And I wonder whether your definition isn't a stipulative one. That is, you gave your examples of a supernatural reality would be a Plotinian one or God. But the term supernatural in English, if you look at Hobbes and Hume's usage, it's often associated with superstition, and they would group among supernatural beings witches and goblins and wizards and so on. So I wonder, it's fine using the term as you have and the examples you have, but I wonder whether it wouldn't be better to use the term, say, transcendent, just given the connotations of supernatural historically.
Well, I don't know whose use of supernatural. I mean, if you take, certainly it has a perfectly standard use in theology, the way I'm using it. I mean, I don't have to use the word. I can use the word. I mean, what's in a word, right?
Yeah.
But I'm perfectly happy to go to the word transcendent. But I don't see anything wrong with just because Hobbes or somebody uses the word supernatural to imply superstition. I mean, Hobbes, for example, Hobbes believed that God was a material thing. And surely he's going to think that anybody who thinks there's something above, in a sense, he even thinks God is a part of nature. He's the part of nature that created the rest of nature. All right, well, he's not going to like supernatural. But witches and goblins and things like that, they all have their origins within the natural world. So they can't be supernatural in any meaningful sense, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we're nearing the end of our session, so I think we've got. We'll just go to Chris, and then I guess we will probably then have our break. Yeah.
Hi. Just seeking a bit more clarification on the naturalism definition at the top. Could you say a bit more about what you mean by numerically quantifiable properties? So I kind of have a thought in mind about the language and the meta-language, where the meta-language in which you're expressing naturalism seems to involve merological relations, right? So notions of composite, notions of simple. Presumably you'll say that the merological relations are not natural in the sense that they're not concrete. But you have this idea of numerically quantifiable properties. And some of the Eden worries about whether parthood, for example, can be naturalized in some sense are coming to mind. Could you just explain a little bit more about what you meant by quantifiable and non-quantifiable properties? Thank you.
Well, certainly. Take mass, right? So the mass, something, Putin, I understand, has a mass of about 60 kilograms. Well, notice the number in there. That means in the old days, when mass is no longer determined by a thing's relation to the prototype kilogram in Sèvres outside Paris, but if we go back to those days, we could say that his mass is 60 times the mass of the prototype kilogram. So does that illustrate what numerically quantifiable property means?
Chris has gone back to where he's sitting, but he said yes. Okay. I think I think we've reached the time where we need a break. Not just we should have a break, but we need a break for coffee and so on. It's been a long but exciting day, and we've got more ahead. So I'd like to thank Professor van Inwagen for his most interesting presentation and his most interesting responses to questions. Thank you very much indeed for being with us online, Professor Inwagen, and that's it until after the break.
Thank you. Bye,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the last session of today and the last session of the conference. The topic of this session will be many phases of the debate between naturalism and supernaturalism. And our first speaker will be Marcin Podbielski from Ignatianum University in Cracow, and he will be talking about Newton between Hermes and Plotinus, a nature that is not and also is God. Please take the stage.
Good evening, everyone. It looks like I'm speaking mainly to people online because everyone else decided to drink coffee further on. Well, I brought coffee here. At this moment, some people are entering, and I will give them a second to come into the room. And I think I start. It's an echo. Probably turn this off. Which one does work?
That one, probably, sorry.
The official title of my presentation is Newton between Hermes and Plotinus, a nature that is not and also is God. However, today I decided, viewing how loosely people do use the term naturalism, that I can simply say Newton's God and paganism of scientific naturalist explanation. And further on, I believe I can say it with quite a certitude, because there is a definition of paganism within our long tradition that actually, made by pagans themselves, that actually matches quite a lot of what would like naturalist approach. I'm not a specialist in science. My specialty is late ancient, early Christian philosophy. So all of that, what I'm saying, is an encroachment onto a territory on which I do not work normally, except for teaching some classes. And in this encroachment, I ask the very same questions that people in antiquity, especially early Christians, asked. These are questions of existence. These are the questions I was taught by them to ask. And asking this question, I invite you into a travel into the problem of scientific explanation, which can be, naturalist explanation, can be defined as the problem of immanent causality. This problem of immanent causality, causality present within the world, is something that constructs science, because at the very outset of its existence, when we stopped having philosophy of nature and started having Philosophia Experimentalis of Newton, a new idea of how to account for causes was brought in, precisely by Newton. So Newton is the focal point of this discussion, and the background of this discussion, the focal issue in those discussions is the notion of discontinuous causality. Newton the focal point, discontinuous causality the focal issue, and the background is a broadly Hermetic inspiration in which he relied on. The Hermetic inspiration is the inspiration of the Hermeticism, of the ancient and early medieval Hermeticism, and these are texts he actually read, as confirmed by studies of Betty Jo Dobbs. He did comment quite a lot on Hermetics. He read later texts, and I suppose he could read also earlier texts. And he chose, in his construction of science, he chose one of possibilities present in the Hermeticism, rejecting another one, and also rejecting a kind of Christian approach to scientific explanation. But before then, I would like to introduce this crucial point of discontinuity and discontinuous causality. We're jumping over it because this point is best explained by people to whom we can devote very little attention today. These are actually postmodern authors who can be thought of as kinds of deconstructivists of science, but they do ask the question of existence, which is important. Foucault does ask the question of existence of things like forces or beings that are created through kinds of universal forms and accepted in science. He does ask it, and in his very first book, the major philosophical book, which is translated in English as The Order of Things, Les mots et les choses, in this book he does point out to establishment of such being in science in order to deal with discontinuity. His question is the question of existence of objects science speaks about. And the continuous reality of science of 17th century is suddenly destroyed in 18th and 19th century because disparate facts are accounted for. Disparate facts of value, disparate facts of biology. Like we had a continuity of animal and plant world in Linnaeus, each of them having another and another feature in the continuous world of possible properties. Suddenly, in late 18th century, they realize that there is no continuity when we look for organic structures. Organic structures are discontinuous and parallel and similar in different parts of this creating living world. And Foucault interprets this as introduction of kind of all-encompassing form, transcendent form of life, which allows the researcher or the scientist to analyze organicity, analyze structures, compare them, and later on also to propose evolution. Life, evolution, organism, all these are kinds of being created or established or accepted in science, and these are the proper objects science discusses, at least since early 19th century. He does 3 or 4 analyses like that, and then realizes also human being, as in science, as discussed in early modern science, is a kind of both transcendental category that allows for all experiences to be unified, and also a product, a being that is established through those categories. And his object is to get rid of this absurdity of being both a source and a product. Still, what is important for us is that he thinks this can be overcome, at least in this point, that this is proper for science to establish such continuous beings that allow for continuity of reality in discontinuous experience. However, a much later critic, postmodern critic or sociologist of science, turned critic of science and reconstructor of science, Bruno Latour, he decided in his last book that this is right, that discontinuity is what is here, and science deals with discontinuity by, in a way, reduplicating the world. And this reduplication of the world can be either correct or erroneous. On the one hand, we have separate experiences, and then science has separate facts it creates, like laboratory settings in which it examines living beings. Then it deals with separate transformation of this material, like results of chemical analysis, probe sheets on which those results show themselves, probe sheets comparing these results with standards, results of those analyses, and at the very, very end, also some generalizations in the form of laws. All of that is an incessant process of transformation which we start not from reality, but from primary data, jump over hiatus in every research process, and end up with a kind of framework, referential framework, in which discontinuity is being overcome all the time. This process is for him the reality he calls reference. So we have referential beings, which science discusses and explains. Referential beings which exist as other, not as beings, and are discussed by science. There are 15 domains of reality, ontological domains of reality like that. Religion, technique, morality, also kinds of transformational pieces of our world, the world the moderns live, beings as other. And next to them, there is something we purportedly studied. The world, not in itself, the world of reproduction, which jumps over the existential hiatus all the time, like a kind of proto-Heraclitean nature. There is still no nature. Latour believes that this discontinuity is proper to the world itself. And while his language is very unclear, this is absolutely clear. Discontinuity for him is a part of this world. And this is what science deals with, moving us from this discontinuity of this world to the quasi-continuous reality of beings of reference. And when reflecting on Latour, at a certain moment I realized that this discontinuity is something that science struggles with all the time. And I realized that the person who dealt with that, who first introduced forces, powers, forces of nature that move one thing into another and come over, was Newton. So I went to him and found out things absolutely wondrous, quite different from what I supposed. In very short texts that precede and end his Principia, and also in a manuscript he wrote in a very early age. The manuscript is titled De Gravitatione, and which provides a kind of tentative philosophical background for his Philosophia Experimentalis. What Newton does, in my opinion, is recognizing discontinuity of nature as the condition, as fact, and as a condition of science, and as a condition of scientific explanation. In the age of 20 or 23, Newton attacks in De Gravitate, Newton attacks Descartes. Descartes is probably the last person to explain the world through continuous causation. So, as Aristotle, for instance, explained physical change through so-called mechanism of potentiality and actuality, he assumed that the very same being, for instance, a piece of fire, is being overcome from within by the form of water that comes to it. It is inside being itself, inside a substantial piece of fire that change occurs, and continuity is assured by presence of primary matter. Similarly, in some respects, Descartes believes that there must be continuity of causality, at least in form of touching of surfaces. So he does accept that surface is shared by two bodies. And he believes that the universe is a kind of big, great river of ether with Earth in the very center. And every piece moving according to its own substantial motion, and also having many apparent motions. So planets have their own proper circular motion, gyrating motions, but they also apparent motion within this gyration or rotation of the ether. And everything must touch everything else and share also a part of its existence by sharing surface in order for things to move. Newton has lots of factual problems with that, show how Descartes in the Principia is factually wrong about the motions of parts of the universe. The greatest problem that arises in that era are comets. Comets cannot exist according to Descartes. They cannot traverse space freely, moving on elliptical, traverse the the ecliptic of planets, move through the level of planets. It's impossible for him. They should be moving in kinds of whirlpools within this great gyration. Newton decides at this very early age that he must get rid of Descartes' notion of space, which is associated with the substance of bodies. A substance of the body creates space. That he needs a new ontological account of what space is and what of body is in order to explain causality he deals with. So, first, he believes that space is separate from bodies. It's objective. He introduces this absolute space, but even non-absolute space is objective in the sense it differs from bodies. And space is numerically individuated. This allows for every motion to be relative to space, but it also allows for every body to be different numerically, to be individuated numerically, as he says, by being differently placed within the space, within space as such. Every body is individuated, it's a different being, thanks to being in different piece of space, and each piece of space is numerically different and they cannot be interchanged. This is his big idea behind everything else. But this means that he needs, at this point, to assume that every causality is discontinuous. Because when a body strikes a body in Newton, they don't share a surface. One body loses its force according to laws of nature. Another body gets its motion and also acts with force of inertia. And force of inertia is real force and real property of that body. Ultimately, there is gravity, which is proportional to the mass of each body, i.e. to the quantity of matter, and inversely proportional to the square of distance between bodies. Bodies act in separation. Bodies act discontinuously. And causality of gravity is discontinuous. And causality of forces is always discontinuous. Only then can Newton explain the world as it looks like. Only then can he propose laws that apply to a feather and a stone falling in what he calls Boylean vacuum, and also to planets. And only then can he explain and predict the motion of comets. The motion of comets, this final corollary, which makes his system true, is the pre-final piece of Principia. The final piece of Principia is an attempt to explain that. How is it possible? How such causality is possible? And his basic attitude is to say, I don't know. I don't know what is gravity. I cannot explain it. Maybe one day I will. On the other hand, this is the last page of the Principia. On the two penultimate pages, however, he says that he prefers the notion that God acts himself, that God does it, that God is the cause of this motion. And what we called gravity is actually mathematical regularity with which God acts. He also says that he doesn't like another explanation, that there would be something called the soul of the universe, this Platonic and Neoplatonic soul of the universe, that he must get rid of that, and he doesn't say why. Interestingly, there are reasons spelled out for all of that in the Gravitatione and in the Hermetic texts. And he dearly, doubtlessly read Hermetic texts. In De Gravitatione, he proposes a deeper explanation, in which God plays battleships. He marks a piece of space as impenetrable, and this becomes body and mass. Then he transfers this property of impenetrability to next apparently contiguous piece of space. And this is what motion works like. He says still that it is like an act of imagining what motion is like. Let me imagine that. I don't say these are bodies. Direct action of God is like his will acting regularly. And also he rejects firmly in De Gravitatione the notion of the soul of the universe. And this notion may be rejected for religious reasons. We are in a specific situation. Let me go back for a second. We're in a very specific situation in which his Philosophia Experimentalis is a descriptive approach. He cannot say what gravitation is. He provides mathematical laws. He derives phenomena from mathematical laws. He derives those mathematically expressed laws from the phenomena, and then he derives phenomena from those mathematical laws. It's like a description. On the other hand, he says, but gravity is real. Gravity is not description. I am not speaking about something that doesn't exist. He cannot accept that he's speaking about beings of reference or he's speaking about descriptions. So he needs reality. And behind the scenes, in his alchemic writings, he looks for an intermediary power. And this intermediary power is strange. It's very close not to the soul of the universe, but to the Hermetic God. Because if this were the soul of the universe, it would end up to be a minor deity, like it is in Plotinus. In Plotinus, in the treatise on the motion of the heavens, you can see how soul is dependent on higher gods, as moving the universe around the central, and how this soul of the universe is also worshipped as a divinity by stars. This is like a spiritual power on its own. And Newton is monotheist. So he ends up with a broadly hermetic vision of God, similar to Treatise 11, especially Treatise 14, and for the major author on Hermeticism and alchemy in Newton, Betty Dobbs does not analyze those treatises, but I see enormous similarities. Thus, that Hermetic God is both transcendent, one, and is also immanent through his activity and actions, and the world is his body. So it sounds very similar to the idea proposed by Newton in De Gravitatione that space is something like an emanative product of God. Like his body. Motions are like his motions. We have one option. We don't explain. We say we're the referential world. We don't say that gravity is real. Another, we say gravity is real, then it's either action of God or it's a minor divinity. And actually, if we say that, it's very hard not to conclude that it's minor divinity created out of our minds, out of projection of our analysis. And then we end up in a definition of divinity created or carved by humans, such as is proposed by yet another treatise belonging to the Hermetic corpus, by the Asclepius. In chapter 23 and 24 of the Asclepius, the anonymous author, the anonymous author is worried about Egypt, which is becoming impious. Throwing foreigners will come and will destroy its piety, its multiplicity of gods. All those gods are created by humans. As first God is poietes or effector of God. Humans are fictores deorum, carvers of gods. And those gods who live in temples On the other one hand, are material, on the other hand, share in human spirituality. So, those gods do prophesize, do predict future, cure people, give joy and sorrow, and they're still our creation. Actually, if we create forces like that, if our forces, if our fields are kinds of creation like that, these are actually pieces of faith to which we gave being. And all those factors that make it possible to jump over this continuity of causality, all those factors we invented, we believe in, be it evolution, they act like those minor divinities described in Asclepius. They do predict future. They do give us comfort or sorrow, and more sorrow now than comfort. They do cure us much better than those Egyptian gods. If we can't stand within the distance, within the science, and say that we speak only about beings of reference, beings created by us in our minds, that we are really explaining reality, that we turn all those beings of science into kind of minor divinities that are both created by us and worshipped as if they were real forces of this world. And it's very hard to avoid this, simply and basically because we automatically treat beings as beings in themselves. So, if Latour says, I'm doing an ontology of being as other, we don't do it. And even if Newton says, I'm proposing mathematical philosophy, experimental philosophy, and I do something like description, he still says, gravity is being in itself, is treated as a being, not, it's not being as other, as showing to us. So either one is extremely cautious and doesn't become pagan, or one believes in science, believes in naturalist explanation, and can become a pagan, always in conflict with Christianity or with Newton's Hermeticism, or we try to give a better metaphysical grounding for science, especially for discontinuous causality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Podbielski. Do we have any questions in the room maybe first? Not right now. So, maybe some people online. Are there any questions online? If so, would you please raise your hand first? I don't see any hands raised. So maybe I will have a question to you then. Please. So a very fascinating presentation, especially the ending part about the deities and how they are real even though we create them. And I was wondering, because you mentioned earlier postmodern thinkers. Yeah. Would you say that the postmodern way of looking at things allows for some kind of transcendence? Because maybe not in a strong metaphysical sense, but the word transcendence just means, as I understand it, going beyond. So going beyond material reality. Those postmodernism as a way of thinking goes beyond material reality, and maybe there is some connection to how we create these deities, and they are, in this sense, transcendent.
I live in the pre-modern world of late pagans and early Christians, and also of Plato, sometimes of Aristotle. For me, the postmodern world, as we live it now, is closer because it's aware of this reduplication of world as it is and world of science. My problem is that very frequently this ends up with deconstruction, showing that this reduplication, this world of reference, domain of reference in Latour and domains of reproduction in Latour, and other domains of morality, that all those reduplication or multiplications are simply denounced, that we are told that is destroyed, rather than to, while the ancient world, the pre-modern world, realizes that the sense of our science is always, let me say, is always warranted transcendentally. It's not so clear in Aristotle, it's more clear in Plato. It's absolutely clear in early Christians that on the one hand, we do produce beings of theory. We do produce theoretical explanations. And many of them are well versed in Stoicism, where this distinction between lecta, things being said, and facts as not directly spoken of, was very important. This distinction, this realization that we don't speak about this reality, but we speak about the world of lecta, and only through that we go back to reality, was instrumental in what Basil and Gregory say about Trinity. But they put it in behind the writing because Stoics were also materialists, so they couldn't just say, "Oh, I'm using Stoic here. I am a Stoic here." No, they could. Immediately they would say, "I'm not a Stoic." They understood that, and they also understood that the very veracity of our speech must be warranted by something like participation of our mind in the order of nature, that's what Stoics said, or participation of our mind in the order of reality as created by God, or even in his own thought. This participation is never perfect. Augustine wanted more of that. In authors like John Damascene, it's rather a matter of grace. But there was always this awareness that we don't simply describe facts, but make judgments, and those judgments are warranted somehow. This ultimate warrant was for John Damascene Christ. In turn, in postmodernism, we have this creation of judgments without any warrant. This is the difference. While the trick that Newton did is that he created a description that looked like facts, and we thought we are speaking using words and speaking about facts. No. Using words, we are speaking about how one word fits with another, and then all of that is tested against facts. This is how it really works. However, in the construction of science created by Newton, we can overlook it. He built it so that he can overlook this point, and there started modernity. This would be answer. So I'm hardly sure that there's transcendence in postmodern thought. It's just closing many intuitions to the pre-modern world I inhabit.
Thank you very much. So, are there any further questions here?
Certainly. Thank you, Marcin, for a really thought-provoking presentation. I need to spend a lot of time thinking about what you've said. I just want to pick up on one phrase, partly because there was so much there that I need to think about more, but you talked about beings of theory. And, well, I really would like you to clarify what you mean by a being of theory. Do you mean a being that is constituted in some sense by its having theories, entertaining theories, developing theories? And what would it mean to think about beings, human beings, whatever, individuals, as being constituted in part by their having of theories? I think that's a question that would be very interesting for me, coming from a Wittgensteinian direction, actually. And is it a statement that should be understood as a statement about what it is to be human, or you implying that that is what it is in some sense to be human? And if so, is that itself a theory? And what does it mean to have a theory about human beings that itself involves the idea that they have theories, yeah? Or is it a statement simply, well, it just so happened that, no, some human beings had theories, and then these theories took on a kind of constitutive role for human beings, leading in certain directions historically. I would just like to hear what you have to say about that.
Okay. In saying beings of theory, I omit a verb, and it is by purpose, because it may be beings postulated by theory, established within theory as a kind of intentional being, or beings recognized by theory, or beings created by theory. And every of those words fits to a different interpretation of what theory does. If you go to Foucault and read it, hopefully in French, not as a piece of postmodern thinking, but as an analysis of a science by a scientist who uses too many philosophical terms, you see that, for instance, evolution is a being of theory. Because evolution is what explains changes between one and another stage, but also is what is the object of theory. And his cleverness consists in showing that evolution is a secondary object, that it was important to first to realize that organicity and organism is a being of theory, rather than having species and their instantiations, like since antiquity until Linnaeus. We do have organisms separate in their and organized through the principle of life and utility and necessity for survival, things like that. This is a being that can be, and we can say that organism is recognized in theory or postulated in theory, because none of us is perfect, and then as postulated can be being, it can be a being, intentional being, which is in our minds, is shared in between minds, but explains facts. But for Foucault, it's a being that is really recognized in theory. This is the continuity of reality, this organic continuity. He doesn't question that because it's a pre-postmodern book. It's a book in which he didn't become a postmodern yet. And he hopes that he can also find similar beings of language and of thought and a universal semantic system like that. It's objective. And for Latour, these beings are instaurés, installed and established, raised into being by theory. But for Latour, these are beings recognized by us as we live. These are pieces of the ontology of the moderns, and these are beings as other. And he claims that no one lives in being in the world of being as being. So these are different. So different kind of being is attributed to the very same object of science. A human is a peculiar object because the human, as he says, l'homme, the human, they translate the man, is created as a kind of thinking reality, a human, an instantiation of human nature, always imperfect, is what existed in minds until 17th century. Then we have the human in its being experientially available. So if it's a empirical transcendental doublet, it's always empirically available, never explained empirically, so always explained by something which he is not, by his economic activity, in pre-Marxists and in Marx, by his evolution. So always explained by what he is not, first factually, and then by what he is not historically. But historicism is for him just another point added. But also the human is that which puts together all those disparate experiences and what makes it makes it possible to project behind. Project before, temporarily project outside, makes us dependent on one another factor, speaking about and makes it possible to speak about the human. So human for him is the empirical transcendental double. It's a product of empiria, but also it's like a Kantian transcendental form that makes it possible for us to speak about humans. And he wants to get rid of this paradox through semantics, and he never does. And then this discussion is like a beginning of the postmodern criticism of the existence of humans.
Thank you very much. So, if you have any other questions, there will be time to ask them later, and I think we will move on to the next speaker. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for being generous with time for me.
Okay. So, our next speaker will be, sorry, I will just move the camera here, back again. Okay. Okay, so our next speaker will be Robert Tierney. I hope that I pronounced that right. Robert Tierney, who is a lecturer at the University of Houston, and he is in his work he deals with moral psychology, philosophy of agency, and philosophy of law, and he will be giving us a talk about the venerated objects, neither idols nor mere symbols. And I also see here that you have a handout, so I will give that away to our people here in the audience, and I will just give you the scene now, as we do not have a recording of your... Sure. So, if you please begin now. For some reason, you are not muted, but you're not using the microphone. Maybe wait a minute. Maybe there is a problem with this one.
I certainly hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we hear you now. But please continue.
Okay, so you're okay now? You can hear me in the room? All right, super. Okay, all right, so the primary aim of this talk is to provide a naturalistic account of the reverence with which certain religious items are treated. This account centers on showing that these items are more than symbols. It's not a debunking explanation in that it is not incompatible with theistic commitments. Such being the case, it might provide some basis for mutual understanding across religious divides. Okay, so I have to introduce some definitions. None of these are anything new. They're there in value theory, and also one assumption, same thing goes. It's not some invention of mine. All right, so the first two set of contrasting terms are intrinsic value and extrinsic value. So intrinsic value is the value that something has solely by virtue of its internal properties. Extrinsic value is the value that something has solely by virtue of its external relational properties. The next pair of terms, also contrasting terms, final value versus non-final value. So final value is the value that something has in as much as it is valuable for its own sake, i.e. it's valuable as an end, and non-final value is the value something has for the sake of something else. The prime example being instrumental value. Perhaps there are other such kinds of value. Okay, I'm going to make this assumption that the basis of the value of any given extrinsically finally valuable particular is solely its properties, but it is the particular itself that is valued. It is the object of valuing. And since I wanted to preserve that word object as a sort of object of valuing, I've used this sort of clumsy word of particular instead of just talking about objects and the rest of my vocabulary here. Anyway, what I want to establish, first talking about these loosely and then ultimately defend this characterization of them, this idea of personally significant particulars as a type of extrinsically finally valuable particular that has value by virtue of which it serves to relate one person to another, the other person I'll call the relevant other, with whom one has a loving relationship. So I'll just call that the relevant relationship. So a couple of examples just to give a sense of this, because I'm not going to define it more precisely than that, but just sort of rely for a general sense of the idea on these examples. So from time to time, Carlos plays catch with his father. They played this game when Carlos was a young boy and continue doing so in his adulthood. They always play with the same baseball. Very American baseball. When they finish a game of catch, the baseball is placed back in its special spot in the closet. This baseball is never used for anything else. Over the years, they continue this activity as a way of staying connected, even in times of unhappiness, tension, or anger in their relationship. When they play catch, distractions and disagreements are put aside, if only for a short while. It provides a way of reconnecting, being both an assurance of the bond between them and a means of maintaining, repairing, and strengthening it. One more example, much shorter. This is Anna's watch. Anna's father bequeaths a watch to her. He had worn it since he was a young man, and it was of special significance to him. This watch says something about Anna's father. It is connected with how he was, how he presented himself to the world. It also spurs memories, Anna's memories of her father. So some questions then to address on the basis of this setup. So we often treat personally significant particulars, things of the sort that I just described in those examples, with a certain amount of care and respect, and this seems appropriate. It has something to do with how the particular relates to the relevant other. But how are we to understand that behavior and the regard in which we hold that particular? How are we to understand that value that the particular has? Well, I'm going to try to proceed to reach my conclusion by a kind of process of elimination. So the first question is, does the personally significant particular have intrinsic value? And a lot of times the kind of examples I gave are simpler examples of that kind that don't go into sort of these thick, always go into these sort of thick relationships or descriptions of relationships, are just kind of plopped out there as examples of things that are extrinsically valuable. But let me make the case that the value here isn't that in relation to which we exhibit this kind of behavior is not intrinsic value. Okay, so suppose Carlos, the guy with the baseball that he had played catch with his father and bonded in that way. So suppose Carlos was offered a financial inducement, say 100 euros, to exchange his baseball for a microphysical duplicate. After the choice, he'd have amnesia, let's say. This can be set up. So he will never be able to tell the difference that there's been a substitution. He won't have any regret. His sort of psychological considerations won't play any effect here. So this offer is made to him. Thus, subsequently, he would not be aware that the original baseball had been replaced by a duplicate. I submit that Carlos would appropriately reject this offer. In this sense, the baseball is irreplaceable. So that's kind of the guiding idea of how I'm going to use that word, irreplaceable, not even replaceable by a microphysical duplicate. Given that the duplicate baseball would have the same internal properties as the original, these properties do not explain the value that the baseball has for Carlos. Thus, the baseball must be primarily extrinsically valuable. So not much of a surprise there. And I'm just going to keep working with the baseball example for simplicity. So next question, is the baseball instrumentally valuable? A form of non-final value. For example, it's useful for playing catch or for aiding Carlos's fond recollections of his father. Well, I say not, for this reason, or these reasons. Given that the duplicate baseball would have precisely the same instrumental value as the original, instrumental value, the idea of instrumental value, does not explain the value that the baseball has for Carlos. Moreover, the care and respect shown in terms of which the baseball is handled and stored go beyond preserving its instrumentally valuable qualities. Thus, the baseball is not primarily instrumentally valuable, at least not in terms of explaining the kinds of behaviors and the kind of regard in which it is held that we're talking about. Okay, third possibility. Is the baseball valuable as a communicative vehicle for either symbolizing or evidencing care and respect for the relevant other? Whether this is a kind of extrinsic non-final value different from instrumental value, I leave open. Don't really need to decide that. But in any event, I think not. It's not a vehicle for communication, or at least that's not what gives it the kind of value that we're talking about. So, for example, Carlos's father may be deceased and Carlos may not believe in an afterlife, but Carlos might appropriately think that this does not provide any reason for lowering the care and regard with which he treats the baseball. Nor need the baseball be used as a means to communicate to third parties, in that Carlos's treatment of and regard for the baseball may be kept private. Nor is the baseball primarily of value in that it is used for a kind of self-communication, for then it would not be irreplaceable. Thus, the baseball is not primarily valuable as a communicative vehicle through which one symbolizes or evidences care and respect for the relevant other. One more possibility, and I could try to characterize this in a pretty general way to catch different ideas, which I find a bit hard to get hold of. So here is the possibility or the question. Is the baseball a symbol warranting care and respect, even if this treatment does not arise from one's use of it as a communicative vehicle? So it's a symbol in some other way, has value as that in some other way. That's the possibility here, other than as using it to communicate something or evidence something to someone. Okay, so maybe this is a form of non-instrumental extrinsic value that maybe it's final or non-final. I don't know. I don't need to take a stand on that. So example, to get the idea across, take a picture of one's mother. And I think we could acknowledge that that is, a symbol, a representation, and a kind of a symbol of one's mother. And imagine that picture being defaced or defiled. We'd find that sort of very upsetting. So this example makes it look like maybe something that is just a symbol could elicit this kind of care or protection that is at least something like what we've been talking about in terms of personally significant particulars. But I think it's not the same. Why? The defacing or defiling of the picture does seem to be a communicative act. That is, it's a communicative act by the defacer or defiler. And so if this explains our reaction, then the prior objections apply. Further, we would not lament the loss of the picture if it were replaced by a duplicate, even a real-world duplicate printed out by a computer, and even if we had full knowledge that it was just a duplicate. By contrast, Carlos would rightly reject, as we've seen, the replacement of the baseball. Moreover, Carlos would be particularly distressed if the original baseball were destroyed in a way one wouldn't be about the copy of a replaceable picture. Thus, the baseball is not primarily valuable as a kind of a symbol. So we have to try to make some sense of this, having eliminated at least the options that I can think of, and perhaps there are others. But so far, where we've gotten kind of by process of elimination, is that personally significant particulars are extrinsically valuable, and absent any further candidates as to some other form of extrinsic non-final value that they could have, they are finally valuable. In fact, the care and regard with which we treat a personally significant particular is appropriate to a particular with final value. Okay, so some implications of this. So the foregoing considerations show that enacting care and respect for a personally significant particular is bound up with care and respect for the relevant other. I take it that that's just fairly clear. At the same time, care and respect for the personally significant particular does not primarily serve to evidence or symbolize care and respect for the relevant other. This might appear a contradiction, or how do we put these two things together? So I think there's one option for harmonizing these conclusions. That is, in caring for and respecting the personally significant particular in accord with the final value that it has, one is, in those same attitudes and actions, literally enacting care and respect for the relevant other and the relevant relationship. This seems to be what is occurring in the core cases when we speak of cherishing a physical object. So I'll take that word cherishing as the word to use for this behavior, dispositions, regard that we have, attitudes in that cluster. Okay, so then the move is fairly straightforward to well, in a very general way. I have a lot more work to do to separate out the different kinds of cases and think them through more. But what I suggest is I propose we understand certain religious items as valuable in the same way as personally significant particulars. In the cases with which I'm concerned, a supernatural being is, at least relative to the believer's conceptions and intentions, playing the role of the relevant other. In the Roman Catholic tradition, this may be a saint or God himself, perhaps in the person of Jesus Christ. Thus, just a little 2x2 matrix in case that is useful in some way, where, we've got the difference between the mundane and the sacred in terms of the attitude toward the relevant person, and the term we might use to characterize the relevant attitudes and dispositions toward the object with which we're concerned. Okay. In such case, the venerated object is finally valuable and treated as such, and in enacting appropriate care and respect for it, we are enacting a form of care and respect for God. This is consistent with the following teaching from the Roman Catholic Catechism and the documents that back it up here. But I think this is a particularly interesting sentence. The honor rendered to an image passes to its prototype, and whoever venerates the image venerates the person portrayed in it. So the idea in that sentence, it seems to me, is that you are genuinely venerating the image. You're not, simply using it as a device. You're not faking or doing some kind of as if actions of respect toward it in order to, create a sort of a communicative show. But you're venerating the actual image. But whoever venerates the image also venerates the person portrayed in it. So just reading this on its own, it seems to me we might be kind of quite puzzled as to how exactly that works, and to treating the image as sort of just a symbol, it seems to me sort of won't do the job from the way I've said. But at the same time, the value that thing has that makes it worthy of veneration is because of its connection with another being. And so I thought having this, being able to work out an explanation in a secular case, we can sort of be more, for those of us sort of outside this tradition, have some, kind of insight into it. It seems a little less mysterious, though, of course, it's premised on the idea that God exists, but I think that's a little easier to get hold of. Okay, so I suggest that some images and other objects, if they play an enduring role in one's relationship to God through prayer, may come to play this role, even if they're not officially deemed to be objects to be venerated. For example, a rosary or a crucifix, if that's important in one's prayer life and certain kinds of religious experiences over a period of time. That could come to have this, that object could come to have that special significance. Other such images and objects may achieve the status of being appropriately venerated through a blessing or consecration, dedicating them to such a role in the relationship between the believer and God. Yet other such images and objects may be taken to be marked out for such a role by God himself by means of a miracle. Okay, so with this analysis, the kind of care and regard that believers enact towards such religious items can be understood even from a secular standpoint on the assumption that God is taken by the believer to be the relevant other. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation, Robert. Do we have any questions first in the room here? No. Okay, any questions online? I don't believe so. If not, I may have a question to you, and it might be an interesting one, because it might also be trivial to you. But does your approach to this kind of objects also accounts for objects that are important for communities, that are important in a communal level, but they are not religious objects? For example, one example that I can think of is Declaration of Independence in the United States. It's probably a very important object for citizens of US who feel like kind of connection to the very idea of the nation and people of the nation through that object. In Poland we have, I don't know, not far from here is the Wawel Castle, and in the castle in one of the towers is a bell called the Bell of Zygmunt or Sigismund, and it's also an important symbol for Polish people. So I believe that many communities have such kind of objects. And can it be so that we can explain away kind of the relationship to religious objects also, that this is not really a relationship to this imagined God, but only to the community of Christians or other religious communities? And even if not so, do you believe that this kind of relationship to the community of believers plays a role in our relationship to those objects?
Yes. So I think in both secular contexts and in religious contexts, the community can have sort of things that come to be sort of these important loci of sort of demonstrating these kinds of attitudes. It becomes more complicated in the religious context because it might be centered around the idea that God is participating in the communal activity. There are some other kinds of objects that we take to be special that we wouldn't care so much to treat as irreplaceable. If there's sort of a famous set of guitars and you can have one or the other, maybe they were Jimi Hendrix's guitars or something, you might not care so much if one is switched out for the other. So there can be other kinds of cases that arise, but I think it would get into maybe some complicated issues of we intentions and so on if we were dealing with a community. I think that would be more complicated than a case with just two people. I don't in any way want to explain away the theistic standpoint, but just to say, I mean, if you kind of assume God as a relevant other, the same relationships apply. It sort of, makes sense. Now, from the theistic standpoint, you might want to say something else is going on there supernaturally in terms of what goes on with the consecration or the blessing and the effects that might have, supernatural effects. But at least we can see that there is a part of that the idea of treating those objects in a certain way that isn't sort of specially unique to religion and maybe specially suspicious or strange seeming or primitive seeming or idolatrous seeming as it might be to people outside of that tradition. And it could at least allow a secular explanation for part of it without denying that there might be something else going on and, kind of in practical terms, that ability to sort of communicate about this. But it just seems to me that offering a secular explanation can kind of account for some of that behavior without this sort of strangeness and incomprehensibility that it might have to someone thinking purely secularly. But I think it's consistent with those religious commitments, because there could be other things that are going on besides that, like an ability to receive spiritual blessings through such an object. That's not inconsistent with that. And we're presuming, to make sense of it, that the believer believes that there is this relevant other who is a divine being. So I don't mean it to be really a competing explanation, but to kind of opening the door to understanding there and taking a bit of the strangeness or the charge of idolatry, making that look less forceful objection to the practice.
Sure, thank you very much. And I also believe that this kind of approach to such objects also allows us to open the field to some, experimental studies, looking for real objects that are treated that way in real life, and taking interviews with people who have certain relationships with objects. So there is a lot of things that can be continuously studied in that regard. Okay, so if there are no other questions, we will move on now to the next speaker. Thank you very much, Robert, for your presentation. Okay, and our next speaker is, one moment please, Evelina Deyneka, who is from University of Paris 8 in France, and she is also joining us online. I have your presentation here, so I will just play it, but before that, could you switch on your microphone and just say hello?
Yes, hello to everyone. Greetings from Paris.
Thank you. Okay, so I will just go to the presentation now. Give me a moment to share the screen.
Hello to everyone.
Okay, everything should be fine now. And
my best greetings from Paris to the organizers and participants of the conference. Within the problematic field of this conference, Christian philosophy facing naturalism, I would like to discuss the place of human being in the contemporary picture of the world, in which science and faith, science and religion, science and Christianity, Christian philosophy, are still looking for mutual ways of rapprochement and to see what means are used to reach this goal and to what implications this is leading both sides. Why is a philosophical status of human being central to both Christian theology and natural science?
Sorry, there is no
Because
sound.
to answer this question means to answer whether...
I can hear you now.
I'm not hearing anything.
Give me a moment, okay?
Hello to everyone, my best greetings from Paris to the organizers and participants of the conference. Within the problematic field of this conference, Christian philosophy facing naturalism,
Did you have the presentation? Okay.
Yes, yes, it was, yes, perfect.
Okay. So I will share it again and then we'll go.
Thank you very much.
I would like to discuss the place of human being in the contemporary picture of the world in which science and faith, science and religion, science and Christianity, Christian philosophy are still looking for mutual ways of rapprochement and to see what means are used to reach this goal and to what implications this is leading both sides. Why is a philosophical status of human being central to both Christian theology and natural sciences? Because to answer this question means to answer whether humans are the only metaphysical subjects on earth. And if so, on what criteria is their metaphysical uniqueness based? What particular features make humans unique? What is the substance of these particular features? What is the most adequate way to study human nature? What is the place of humans in the universe, and so on? And obviously, Christians and scientists do not answer in the same way. The place of mankind in the scientific and religious pictures of the world means to determine human ontology, whether it is naturalistic or supernatural, and to answer other questions about human origin, about possibility to study human mental states, about human uniqueness foundations, human uniqueness in respect to animals or to artificial intelligence and robotic entities. The recent appeal of Pope Francis to scientists when he urged scientists to harmonize faith and science in their pursuit of truth confirms this state of epistemological researchers. But the problem is that attempting to reduce the epistemological gap between faith and science has a series of obstacles and even failures. So the first approach, which could be distinguished, consists in filling the gap, and the second one in trying to bridge the gap. To fill the gap by trying to find physical correlates of specifically human, mental and spiritual phenomena, and here we will discuss two methodological failures when the way lies from theology to physiology, or vice versa, from physiology to theology. And in the second approach, when it comes to bridging the gap by operating a shift from the problem of human uniqueness to the problem of humanness. And here there are some particular anthropological failures, from atheism to neo-animalism and from physicalism to neo-animism. The first example concerns one town with the experience of trying to find natural confirmation of miracles, and Dr. Alessandra De Francesis, who works in Lourdes. Lourdes is a town, a well-known town in France, the place of pilgrimage. So there is an office of medical finding in this place, where health professionals can come and participate in examining medical records when there is a claim for miracle. If a claimed miracle seems legitimate and the person is in Lourdes, there are a series of criteria. The disease must be serious and impossible to cure by current human means, as well as not be in a stage of liable to remission. The cure must be instantaneous, complete, permanent, and so on. But the problem is that there is a remark that medically, that when the Bureau follows the Lambertini's criteria to declare if a cure is spontaneous, and if it is associated with the presence of the person in Lourdes, with the pilgrimage, with the prayer, and so on, is medically unexplainable according to current medical knowledge. What means this means what means that if it is possible that in future medical science will evolve and there will be another natural explanation, physical, medical explanation, physiological explanation of this miracle. So the recognition of the miracle in some sense is not definite. The second one, the second example concerns neurotheology, a branch of neurosciences or theology. In this theory, studies aimed at investigating the correlation between the neural activity of the human brain and various phenomena related to the sphere of religious practices and mystical experiences, such as meditation, prayer, spiritual awe, ecstatic trance, mystical religious spiritual experience, sudden enlightenment, and so on. And a series of rather controversial theories was produced by scholars. For example, it is known God Helmet by Michael Persinger, a tool, a kind of tool instrument which pretends to measure the brain activity while trying to find some traces, physical traces of relevant mystical experience or meditation and so on. Also, there were other suggestions to consider God's spot in the brain, and this is not very clear neither. The main problem is of methodological order, as it was emphasized by Professor Bremer in his book Interdisciplinary Meaning of Interdisciplinary Importance of Neurosciences. Even the most sophisticated neuroscience cannot tell us anything about God, as the object of brain research is humans, not God. As for the failures of anthropological order, they concern the attempts to eliminate any supernatural elements from the picture of the world. And in this case, like in Nietzschean Zarathustra spoke thus, as he wrote, what is great in man is what he is a bridge and not an end, concerning the bridging the epistemological gap. Man is a rope tied between beast and overman. What is the ape to man? A laughing stock or a painful embarrassment, and man shall be just that for the overman, a laughing stock or a painful embarrassment. But the problem is that there is something in human beings that if you eliminate some supernatural entity in their mind, if you suggest another picture of the world, atheistic one, they need some kind of substitute, and it is very interesting to see how many videos on YouTube about monkeys, about macaques, which are presented as being like humans, and the reaction of people is embarrassing. Puka, it is the name of this monkey, so you can read the comments of people who visit this page. Puka opens his eyes and automatically his wheels start turning, planning out his daily activities. Who would not want a cute furry baby who's as thoughtful and sweet as Puka? So it is incredible how people need to project their subjectivity on somebody, and even if scientists, scholars tell them at school that people came from animals, they are trying to find something supernatural in the relation to animals, to animate them, to find soul, spirituality in monkeys, in and even in non-living beings, such as carriers, automatic carriers. Zdrogi, sledzi, Paszek jedzie, get out of the way, Paszek is coming. If it was animated natural being. So in our contemporary world, when we are surrounded by robotic entities, computers, artificial intelligence, and so on, we are living a kind of shift from human ontology to human-like phenomenology. And there is a series of scientific works which are trying to suggest an idea, who argue that immanent human abilities could find their symmetrical equivalents in animals and even in artificial intelligence as functional capacities. So mind has as equivalent consciousness, reason becomes cognitive abilities, rationality, logical thinking, language, communication, labor, cooperation, invention and creation of tools may be substituted by finding, adapting, and using tools, religious practices by ritual behavior, art by creativity, culture and civilization by intergenerational transfer of acquired experience and skills, compassion by empathetic attitude, and so on. There are many examples that scholars, scientists are trying to demonstrate to confirm this idea that there is no qualitative radical difference between human rationality, human ability to solve problems, human understanding physics, straight walking, classifying objects and categorization skills, mental mapping abilities, and one of the most bright and incredible examples was in 1980s Cracow, the tolling gorilla who could understand about 2,000 spoken English words and could communicate about 1,000 words using hand signs and even create some new concepts like mask by using combination of signs meaning head and eyes. Even the most human abilities or properties or features like self-awareness, self-recognition in the mirror, ritual behavior, burial, mourning, ability to perceive others as themselves, and the ability on which compassion is based. Even some production paintings may be viewed of apes, may be viewed as abstract art, as some scientists are trying to prove that monkeys, that apes are able of expressing their mood, their humor, their feelings in painting. Even the famous Turing test was realized with GPT-4 this year. That is to say, people were unable to distinguish GPT-4 from humans in their communication. So this shift from human uniqueness, which refers to human ontology, to humanness, which refers to human phenomenology, is based on this mutual rapprochement between religious picture of the world and scientific picture of the world. Traditionally, human uniqueness is being defined as distinctive, immanent characteristics, traits, and abilities that set humans apart from other species. This involves language skills, thinking and reasoning, self-awareness, and so on, social complexity, and many other features. And unlike human uniqueness, which highlights the traits that distinguish humans from other species, humanness, this new term suggested by philosophers to name the phenomenological human-like abilities, traits and characteristics, which highlights the traits that distinguish man from other species. Humanness encompasses the essence of being human on a deeper, more universal level as a quality or state, probably temporary, or which is not based on the same biological and mechanical processes. Such a shift from ontological humanness to phenomenological humanness seems to be a part of the trend born in 70s, 80s towards further liberalization of human identity in many various plans, meanings, and directions as a struggle against dehumanizing practices or as a development of anthropomorphizing tendencies. Thus, in France, in 80s, two former professors of physical education, Rosette Mariscotti and Yves Gineste, have forged the concept humanitude that centers around the quality of being human in terms of how individuals interact with one another, particularly in caregiving settings, and they based their theory on four pillars, working with gaze, word, touch, and verticality. Another interesting publication, the article Reasoning About Human Enhancement Towards a Folk Psychological Model of Human Nature and Human Identity. The authors of this article suggest to distinguish human uniqueness, personhood, human nature, humanhood, and humanness. So they define human uniqueness as a sense of humanness involving qualities that distinguish humans from non-human animals. And as for humanness, they define it as a broad term that refers to the quality or state of being human, phenomenologically. What implications for harmonizing, for trying to harmonize faith and science from all these problematics? From the viewpoint of Christian ethics, there is no problem. Love your neighbor as yourself. The writers care for the needs of their animals, so there is no contradiction. But as for Christian theology and anthropology, there is a problem because, however, humans are considered to have something which differs them from animal world or from non-animal entities, artificial entities. Let us make man in our image after our likeness, so there is link with some supernatural. You shall not make for yourself an idol or any likeness. This can be interpreted like as for robotics and so on. If we argue that there is an ontological difference, qualitative difference between animals and humans, and if we reserve to humans their unique place, unique metaphysical place in this world, probably the only qualitative ontological difference between humans and all other living beings and artificial entities is rooted in our inherent unique ability to, on the contrary, not to perceive others as ourselves, but on the contrary, our unique ability to alienate or mentally duplicate our individual entity, our subjectivity, to realize, recognize, and accept its existence and permanent presence, existential intersubjectivity. Probably humans were created precisely by their ability to think about God and spiritually experience His manifestations. In this perspective, harmonized faith and science would mean to come to terms with the fact that the human mind is a blind spot in the self-awareness of embodied consciousness. To meet God means to look into the abyss of this blind spot and become human. this could lead to very interesting implications for psychiatry. For example, in this optic, it could be seen that many psychiatric diseases, disturbances, are not based on the schism in the psychic activity, but on the contrary, on the inability to cope with the natural alienation, which is in the base of our human, specifically human consciousness. Thank you for your attention. Hello to everyone. My best greetings from Paris to the organizers and participants.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And do we have any questions? Okay, and Professor Inwagen, please. You need to unmute
Can you hear
yourself.
me? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So I am an animalist. I believe that I'm a living animal. I believe that I'm a radically different living animal from any living animal on Earth who is not a member of my own species. I would think to compare human beings with members of other species is like as if you had a plane in which there sat the Cathedral of Notre Dame and a stone hut, an igloo, a wigwam, and so on. And, well, someone might say, well, they're just a qualitative difference between them. You know, they're all structures. They're all three-dimensional objects with sides and tops, and they'll keep the rain off you if you go on the inside. They're really very much alike, but they aren't alike. We aren't like any other animals. And even in the most simple respects, as Wittgenstein points out, a dog can be afraid that its master will beat it, but not that its master will be afraid to beat it tomorrow. Even in that simple respect, we're radically unlike animals. So I'm wondering, so how does someone with my beliefs fit into your system of classification, or any of the many systems of classification that you spoke of?
Thank you for your question. There are many problems in which were discussed in my presentation. So by my profession, I'm a doctor. I'm a medical doctor. I worked as in somnologist and neurosurgeon, and I made my thesis in sleep-related breathing disorders. So I dealt with different states of consciousness in my medical practice, and on the other hand, I was interested. This is through this experience I became interested in philosophy of consciousness and differences between animals and humans. And my second life was in this university in France. My interests also concerned language, so I have this double profile. And what differs us from animals, the main thing, this is language. Everybody would be agreed that this is the main difference, because we can discuss their cognitive abilities, but the main cognitive ability, it is language, human language. So this problem of finding something which would distinguish in qualitative way humans from animals, and especially from apes, is very very popular now in the scientific world. Recently, several years ago, there was a thesis, doctoral thesis in Sorbonne, about animal language in the literal sense. And the person who defended this thesis tried to show that the system of signs used by some animals, like this ape, this gorilla Cracow, could be translated in other terms if we consider human language and as a communication tool. And through this idea of communication, they arrived to say that, okay, we have language for our human communication, and animals, they have their other systems of signs, but they've tried to find common ground based on the idea of communication, saying that the language, what is the main feature of the language? It is a tool for communication. So I'm not agree with this position, but this is the way how they try to find common ground. Because for me, at the end, I said that to try to find it is sufficient to suggest something in human abilities what wouldn't be present in animals, and this is, for example, the ability to speak to ourselves, that is to say, in inner dialogue, internal dialogue. And I haven't yet seen any articles, any publications, any studies which would try to demonstrate the presence of internal internal dialogue in animals, for example. I don't know whether if I answered your question.
Well, my question was perhaps too large to answer in any case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions, either online or on site? If not, then I might have one question, because you are talking about how sciences, naturalistic sciences, try to undermine the idea of human uniqueness, and how it is a transition from human uniqueness to humanness, and how this difference is being undermined. But another way of looking at this kind of situation, humans and animals, and a much more radical one, would be one of ecological philosophy. And the idea is completely different. They believe that there is no really like distinction between human beings and animals, but not because of cognitive skills or things like that, but because we are part of the same environment. And this environment, mythical Mother Gaia, is existing in all of us, and this is a very different kind of approach to the same situation. I was just wondering if you have any response to that, or is it outside of your realm of interest?
It depends on what the aim of what do we want. You ask me to give an answer to these philosophers of environment who are trying to prove that who argue that there is no qualitative difference between animals and humans because we are part of one ecological system. Or what do you want from me? Do you want that I give because there is a very simple answer. It depends on from what position you want me to answer. From the position of Christian, it is very easy to answer. You can see the slide number 18, and in Bible you can find this answer that God said, "Let us make us in our image, after our likeness, and let them," that is to say, the people, humans, "have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fall of the and so on. So in Bible there is an idea that humans are superior because they have this superiority in Christ. The animals have no relation to Christ, and the supernatural in human nature, according to Bible, obviously it is realized through the figure of Christ, through the and when Nietzsche, for example, in his Zarathustra, says that a man is not an end, it is a bridge, and I put the image of it was a joke, obviously, but following his idea, when he's talking about Superman, who is Superman? Superman, it is Christ in biblical logic. And in our world, in our robotic, when we are surrounded with robotics, and I make reference to the article of Wilson and Haslam reasoning about human enhancement. So what is considered today by some radical Christians that this is some kind of neo-Satanism when we're speaking about transhumanism, human enhancement. What does it mean in biblical terms? As scientists who are promoting this idea of transhumanism, human enhancement, they want by physical means, by robotic computers, and I spoke about GPT-4, artificial intelligence. They are trying to suggest the idea that it is possible to become God, but to become some yes, is if we're saying that yes, we can believe God because we ourselves we can become God for some other entities, for artificial intelligence, for example. So they're bridging the epistemological gap by very interesting means by saying that yes, it is possible. God existed. Probably there were extraterrestrials who came many years ago, millions of years ago, and we are to these extraterrestrials, which were described in the Bible like gods, and now we are projecting our subjectivity on artificial entities like robots, like this Pashik, and carriers, and so on. That is to say that, yes, we believe in God, no problem, but in this very particular way, saying that we ourselves, we can become gods for other entities. So from the point of view of Christians, it is sufficient to read Bible, but for those who are promoting the idea of transhumanism and human enhancement, of course, it's not a good reason, not an argument.
Thank you very much for this answer. So I believe if there are no further questions, this will conclude our session today. Thank you very much for your presentation again and for your answers.
Thank you.
And now to conclude, I was asked to inform the on-site participants that we will have a very short break. I believe at 6 p.m. we have the last keynote speaker, and there is some cake still left, though there is no tea or coffee. So, but there is water. So thank you very much, and see you at the keynote speaker lecture. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce our final keynote speaker for this conference, Professor Charles Tallafiero. He is Emeritus Professor of Philosophy at St. Olaf College in the United States, as well as a Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for Faithful Research. Great pleasure to introduce our final keynote speaker for this conference, Professor Charles Tallafiero. He is Emeritus Professor of Philosophy at St. Olaf College in the United States, as well as a Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for Faithful Research. Great pleasure to introduce our final keynote speaker for this conference. Is this what Latour's concept of reduplication means in practice? At St. Olaf College in the United States, as well as a Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for Faithful Research. Great pleasure to introduce our final keynote speaker. Is this what Latour's concept of reduplication means in practice? Is this what Latour's concept of reduplication means in practice?
We have some, mamy... Tutaj Karol coś powiedział i to się zapętliło, że muszę włączyć w ciszeniu Charlesa, nie? Żeby u niego mikrofon nie działał, tak się domyślam.
Znaczy tak, jeżeli my mówimy, to musi być on wyciszony, jeżeli on mówi, to...
Dobra, jak mogę go wyciszyć zdalnie, bo on może nie wiedzieć, jak to zrobić.
Listę uczestników i ten mikrofon,
No, okej.
Tylko, że nie może go odciszyć.
Dobrze. So Charles, now we know what the issue was with this sort of loop, vicious cycle. When we speak, we will mute you, so that you cannot sort of speak. You can only hear us, and then I will unmute you, and that way we'll manage to proceed. Okay.
All right. Okay, I think I'm going to just start again. Okay, so it gives me great pleasure to introduce our final keynote speaker, Professor Charles Tallafiero, Emeritus Professor of Philosophy at St. Olaf College, as well as Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for Faithful Research and a member of the Royal Institute of Philosophy. He is the author, co-author, editor, or co-editor of numerous books, most recently, The Image in Mind, Theism, Naturalism, and the Imagination, co-authored with Jill Evans. He's been a visiting scholar or guest lecturer at a large number of universities, including Brown, Cambridge, Notre Dame, Oxford, Princeton, and Chicago. Since 2013, Tallafiero has been editor-in-chief of the journal Open Theology. Apart from the aforementioned book, his scholarly contributions books include A Brief History of the Soul, Wiley Blackwell, 2011, also co-authored with Stuart Gertz, and Turning Images in Philosophy, Science and Religion, A New Book of Nature, from Oxford, OUP, obviously, 2011, also co-authored with Jill Evans. Notable volumes that he's been involved in co-editing include The Routledge Companion to Theism, 2012, A Dictionary of Philosophy of Religion, Bloomsbury, from 2010, A Companion to Philosophy of Religion, Wiley Blackwell, also 2010, and The Cambridge Companion to Christian Philosophical Theology, obviously from Cambridge University Press, 2009. Other works by him potentially relevant to the theme of this conference include Naturalism Interventions from Eerdmans 2008 and Evidence and Faith, Philosophy and Religion Since the 17th Century, Cambridge University Press 2005. There are others, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to omit those for reasons of time. Since retiring from full-time teaching in 2021, Professor Tallafiero has published 4 books, including An Agrarian Proposal and A Narnian Vision of the Atonement, as well as editing a journal dedicated to social justice and the practice of philosophy in prison in the United States of America. He is, I believe, a noted defender of substance dualism. So without more ado, I would like to welcome Professor Tallafiero, who is going to give his presentation entitled The Argument from Reason Revisited.
And now we don't have power to unmute you, you have to unmute yourself. So when you point your mouse down and you see the button mute or unmute, and you can unmute yourself and proceed.
Thank you very much.
You have power to unmute you, you have to unmute yourself.
I have
So when
unmuted
you
myself.
point
Can
your
you hear
mouse
me?
down, you see the button mute.
Can you hear me now?
And you can unmute yourself and proceed.
Can you hear me now? I'm unmuted. Testing, 1, 2. Thank you very much.
You have power to unmute you, you have to
I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
You see the button mute.
Can you hear me now?
And you can mute yourself and proceed.
Hello. Can you hear me now? I'm unmuted. Testing, 1, 2. Thank you very much.
You have power to unmute you, you have to
I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
You see the button
Oh
mute.
no. Can you hear me now?
And you can mute yourself and proceed.
Hello. Can you hear me now? I'm unmuted. Testing, 1, 2. Thank you very much.
You have power to unmute you, you have to
I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
see the button
Oh
mute.
no. Can you hear me now?
You can mute yourself.
Hello. Can you hear me now? I'm unmuted. Testing, 1, 2. Thank you very much. I have unmuted myself. Hear me. I'm no. Can you hear me now? Hello. Can you hear me now? I'm unmuted. Testing, 1, 2. Thank you very much. Oh dear. Should I leave the meeting and then return? Do you think that might help? Oh dear. Should I leave the meeting and then return? Do you think that might help? Oh dear. My speak view message. Should I leave the meeting and then return? Do you think that might help? Oh dear. My speak view message. Should I leave the meeting and then return? Do you think that might help?
Charles, don't wait for an answer. Leave the meeting.
I'm going to leave the meeting and then return.
Otherwise, we could just play the video. Oh, yes.
going to now paraphrase my paper as giving enough details so that there'll be something that everybody will be unhappy with, so that there'll be some objections, but I don't want to actually, there will not be time for me to read it straight through. Well, you started the conference with Rob's great paper on Aristotle, but I'm going to take you back here at the end to Plato. And I'm going to begin with a version of the argument from reason from Plato. Now, you can find what's known as an argument from reason in all the way back to 340 BCE with Plato. You can also find it in Augustine and Anselm, moving way ahead, and it's been discussed in this conference to some degree, C.S. Lewis, Alvin Plantinga, and the like. And the argument in general has come to stand for an objection to the form of materialism or naturalism. Actually, it matches very well the version of naturalism that Peter Van Wagen, I'll just refer to him as Peter, to Peter's depiction of naturalism that was given earlier this afternoon. So there'll be three sections of the paper. One, I'm going to paraphrase Plato's use of an argument from reason. I'll then add to it a couple of twists to offer you. Actually, I'll be describing the view that I hold. I am not just a Christian philosopher, but I'm a Christian Platonist, more or less a Cambridge Platonist back to the 1600s. That's the school of philosophy that I've found myself after all these years. So it's a version I accept. Then I will ask the question, is it relevant today? To which I'll answer, yes. Then the third section will be, and I'm going to we'll keep this till quarter of the hour, so there'll be a half-hour discussion. I'll go through three objections, one from Elizabeth Anscombe, and this would be my moderator's specialty in the sense that she was a Wittgensteinian. She became increasingly so over the years. And I will look at Graham Oppy's objection, and then ever so briefly and unsatisfactorily, I will reply to Peter, who raised an objection to a version of the argument from reason advanced by William Hasker. Well, there are lots of dimensions of the Phaedo that would be wonderful to spend time on, but I'm not going to. But I will mention just one leading up to the argument, which is his urging us not to fall into misology, which is a term for the hatred of argument and the hatred of reason. It's actually, I believe the dialogue, it was one of my favorites, I admit, but it's very impassioned for its not only appeal to reason, but appeal to us to actually engage in reasoning. So I find that it's very commanding. It's narrated by somebody else. The narrator tells us that Socrates, and of course we're talking about Plato's Socrates, was reading a book by Anaxagoras, and he found himself almost, enthralled by the work because of Anaxagoras' appeal to mind and intelligence. There's a passage which suggests that Plato is almost working against a background of a kind of massive teleological cosmic scene. That is, what he surmises at first or suspects is that this explanation of intelligence will in turn help him to understand the natural world. And because Plato, following Socrates, and Aristotle believes something like this too, a guise of the good, that we perceive what we believe to be good and intentional, he believes he's found the key to understanding not just himself, but the world, but certainly himself. He then reads on, I'm not going to go through the passage, and what he is shocked by is that Anaxagoras ceases to speak in terms of doing things for reasons, but rather due to trying to give the cause of what is happening in terms of joints, bones, sinews. We would substitute, to use an old phrase early in philosophy of mind, C fibers firing. We would give some complicated neurological explanation, or perhaps more holistically taking account the central state nervous system and so on. But the key is that the explanation comes without any appeal to reason, desires, experience. Socrates rejects this. He rejects this because it's unable, it may serve, to use our terms, a necessary explanation for why he is sitting shackled in prison, but it doesn't give a sufficient explanation. The real explanation for him being there is that he's been found condemned by the Athenian state as guilty of corrupting children and impiety. I gave, well, I was at a conference at Harvard, I was on the meaning of life, and there was a eliminative materialist there who just believed reasons and desires had nothing to do with explaining what reality, I think what Peter refers to as the ontology room, what you would really say there is. And he said it's absurd on its face because someone needs to explain. He was from New Zealand. How did these molecules get from New Zealand to Cambridge, Massachusetts? So you have to have notions like there was a conference. People had beliefs and desires. What do we make of this as an assertion? It's not a discursive argument exactly from really fundamental principles. It is what may be honoring the Polish philosophical theologian John Paul II. It's a phenomenological argument of sorts, or it's an appeal to the evident, I would say, from my point of view, overwhelming reality. We can soften that to say the prima facie evidence of experience that we do indeed act on the basis of reasons and desires. Now, I'm going to add two more wrinkles to this. One is for the advantage of responding to Peter totally inadequately, I admit, but I'm going to anyway. And also in a response to Anscombe, I'm going to add two parts derived from the Phaedo very loosely. The first is that Socrates, Plato advance a substantial understanding of the self. Now he does this, in other words, the self, to use your terms, is, I won't say organism, but as a substantial individual existing over time. And he does this in response to the suggestion that almost anticipates Aristotle, that why not see the relationship of the soul and the body to music and a lute. And so when the lute stops playing, the music stops. Perhaps we are, I'm very self-conscious with Peter here about using terms like state or mode, but he offers reasons to believe that he's not a mode of his body. He does this partly when it comes to thinking about death. When he dies, his animal body is still going to be there. But he will not, the individual, will not. Now, my other, probably cheating philosophically a little bit, part is to grab onto my own version of a theory of forms to further fill out this picture of mental, intentional, causal activity. And that is the concept of state of affairs. We actually had an earlier section where people were worried about the difference between a proposition and a state of affairs. I actually am happy using the term propositions, but when I'm in the ontology room, I actually prefer just to go with states of affairs for really Pickwickian reasons. But states of affairs, briefly, aware that I have just 20 minutes to go, are abstract objects that can be said to obtain or not obtain. you could say occur or not occur. It's the equivalent of when we talk of properties being exemplified or not exemplified. The state of affairs, there being philosophers, obtains. There being unicorns, sorry for the tired example, unfortunately doesn't obtain. So back to that in a brief reply to Peter. All right, so we have an appeal to appearances. In actually a previous paper, someone was quoting Hegel as saying we should guard against common sense at all costs. And actually Kant said something familiar to that. I, on the other hand, am in the common sense philosophical tradition of, I actually think Plato and Aristotle were in this tradition. Aristotle often begins, what do the many and the wise say? And he is concerned about appearances. And so in my lineage in doing philosophy, I'm kind of with Thomas Reid, G.E. Moore, Roderick Chisholm, also Thomas Nagel in his most recent book, thinking that we should, beginning a key tool in our philosophy is what seems natural for us to say about ourselves, and then we refine it critically. Kind of critical common sensism is, I think that might actually go to Charles Peirce. So is this relevant today? I believe it is. And I'm going to cut way back on citing people, but I think I'll cite two bits. One is from Daniel Dennett. This is so well quoted from Consciousness Explained. There's only one kind of stuff, namely matter, the physical stuff of physics and chemistry and physiology. The mind is not extra to the brain. The mind is the brain. We can, in principle, account for every mental phenomenon with the same laws and raw materials that suffice to explain radioactivity, continental drift, photosynthesis, reproduction, nutrition, and growth. Now, I take the time to mention those because none of those involve reasons. You don't have a continent thinking and understanding propositions or states of affairs and bringing changes about photosynthesis also. Photosynthesis, I suppose, comes closest to having a functional biological description, but in any case, these do not involve reasons. Another quote, psychology, of course, I'm always wary when I see the word of course, anyway, must not, of course, be question-begging. It must not explain intelligence in terms of intelligence. For instance, by assigning responsibility for the existence of intelligence to the munificence of an intelligent creator, so that, God is out from the beginning. Actually, I heard Dennett once publicly say, if you want to be free, you have to kill God. So theism is definitely not going to be on the table for this naturalist, and or positing primitive homunculi. Dennett was in for this for a while. These are little people living, behind the brain in a Cartesian theater. And for him, as for many philosophers today, just attaching the word Cartesian to anything is like the kiss of death. But I am happy, as our moderator pointed out, as Carl pointed out, I call myself an integrative dualist in the sense that I try to understand the mind-body as integrally related. But I am, truth be told, as long as we're among friends and enemies, I am a card-carrying substance dualist. Okay, I surrendered. There's not enough time to cover that one up. I can quote Georges Ray. I can quote all these people. Especially Alex Rosenberg. I'm not going to quote him, it's too long. But he basically adopts, he's a self-described atheistic naturalist or secular naturalist, a very explicit error theory. He thinks that the whole story we tell of each other, that we did this for that reason, that's why we made a peace treaty, so on, all of that is bullocks, all of that is rubbish. None of this is true. So now, I claim over against, this is not a decisive objection against these philosophers, but it is a prima facie objection, and I would say secundum facie objection against these views, just as I believe that arguments that are well known to each of you, like Nagel's, what is it like to be a bat, came up at the same time as T.L.S. Sprigg on why is subjectivity important. All of these appeals to self-awareness, I think, overturn in the quasi-behaviorist atmosphere of Oxford and Cambridge in the 50s and 60s. That is, when Ryle and others launched their attack on introspection, I think it was a really misplaced. I actually agree with Peter Unger when he said, the concept of mind by Gilbert Ryle contains at least 3 mistakes per page. So in any case, this appeal to phenomenology, I know some people might be rolling their heads. I think I have the authority of John Paul II on my side, but I also think it is an objection that just, it's not easily dismissed. It's not easily, everybody tried to get rid of it with functionalism. If you look at the bandwidth of the literature, or if you look at Robert Kuhn's book, The Waning of Materialism, you'll just see, or Howard Robinson, who spent some time in Poland, the resilience of things like the knowledge argument and these kinds of things as establishing an objection to these wholesale dismissals of the first person point of view, subjectivity, and the like. A tricky case. I am looking at the time. I think I'm going to mention this, and then I'll go to Anscombe, Oppie, and Peter. Papineau is, I find, very difficult to interpret on this level in terms of the argument for reason. He, on the one hand, accepts the causal closure of the physical, and he wants explanations that have, in an ideal physics, and Peter did a great job today talking about how many people are unhappy with physics today, but he, I think, perhaps like Peter, believes that at the end of the day, physics will not appeal to any psychological properties. So in terms of the argument from reason, ultimately, there's not going to be an argument for why is Socrates in jail. Or let's just give a quick example. You ask me, what's the smallest perfect number? And I think, perfect number is equal to the sum of its divisors, not including itself, but including 1. And 6 happens to be equal to 3 plus 2 plus 1. I'm giving a slightly complex thought to try to make it, I could have just said the law of identity, A is A. But why do I say 6 was the smallest perfect number? It's because I understand mathematical relations and entailment and say the word 6. And as Socrates said, wow, if you leave reasons out of it and you just try to explain why we're conversing now in terms of just voices and physical movements, you're not going to get to the real reason why I'm in prison and I'm probably going to be killed tonight. Yeah, so I think this still stands. This is maybe, if you think about, I'm not thinking of Hamlet suddenly. Those of us in my school of thought, the Cambridge Platonists and this whole stream, we think that to dispense with this is to have Hamlet without the prince. Now, to our opponents, also appealing to Hamlet, we're like Banquo, the ghost of Banquo in Macbeth, the unwanted dinner guest. Oh, you're still here. This is very uncomfortable. So I'm standing in this long strand. We've been very unpopular, but very resilient. Actually, Frank Jackson's work was appealed to, I didn't finish with Papineau. Oh my God, forgive me. Thank you, Lord. Okay, going back to Papineau and then streaming ahead to Anscombe. Papineau, he's got complete physics and then only physical explanations. But then he said, I'm very happy with alternative explanations. One of his cases is, I grab a beer because I'm thirsty. Now, I have an interpretation of what Papineau's doing here. But just pausing for a second on the notion of alternative explanations, there can be lots of alternative explanations. For example, again, to draw on Peter, he said you came across a world, discover somebody who looked like Einstein but was actually a zombie. That would be an alternative interpretation. This thing is created by AI. It's not the person who used to do physics in the States, in Germany, and Princeton. In any case, the notion of an alternative explanation is a peculiar one. But what I think might be going on, one of two things. One is he's going to it's going to be a straightforward identity theory. And so I'm thirsty, so I'm going for a beer. And that's identical with these, again, I'll just use C fibers firing. The problem with that kind of straightforward identity is that it fails. I'm going to say fails, and I will say the knowledge argument, which is the indiscernibility of identicals. If A is B, anything that's true of A is true of B. Now, people get up in arms here and they say, well, look, I could know all about water, but not knowing it's H2O. I could know about the masked man robbed the bank and not know it's my father. But it turns out water actually is H2O. Turns out the masked man really is my father. But these kinds of things don't hold, it seems to me, in the mental physical relationship. That is, you look at H2O and you find out it composes water. You follow the bank robber home and the mask comes off and you see it's the father. But that kind of unmasking or composition does not occur in the case of the mental and the physical. I'll just move on. Elizabeth Anscombe is well known for her critique of C.S. Lewis's argument from reason. And because actually two people in this conference addressed Lewis's argument from reason, I'll just make two minor observations. Three, actually. One is that I'm not appealing to Lewis, by the way, in my Platonic version of the argument from reason, for three reasons. One is he actually does use the word supernatural. Now, Peter and I had an exchange about that, but I prefer not to think of, I prefer not to use the word supernatural because of its association with wizards and goblins and so on. But also, he winds up supernaturalizing almost all experience. For him, even making a choice, he calls it supernatural. And that, I think, really set Anselm off, who was an Aristotelian at the time, for whom reasoning is natural. And I also want to see reasoning as natural. I also want to see God as natural, by the way. God, on my philosophical theology, God has a nature and so on. But so I'm avoiding the word supernatural. Also, Lewis used the term, give me 7 more minutes, please. Okay. He also used the word irrational forces, can't explain rational forces. Fine. And he changed it to non-rational forces. So he also described the influence of reason on the world is setting up pockmarks, which pockmarks are damaging things. And I think also that's not the most colorful, for one of the best writers in English in the late 20th century, that's not the best, these aren't the best terms. So setting aside all that, what is Anscombe's chief worry? Well, it's because she believes Lewis's version of the argument from reason conflates reason with causes. And she thinks that the cause of, well, my saying sex could be anything. But whether that's reasonable or not, that's another matter. I'm going to quote her. It appears that if a man has reasons, and they are good reasons, and they are genuinely his reasons for thinking something, then his thought is rational, whatever causal statement may be made about him. Now, I believe that is directly against ordinary experience, our phenomenology of the first person active reasoning, when it is crucial and it distinguishes myself from an automaton or my calculator when I come up with 6 based on understanding, using reasons which are which warrant, justify, entitle me, give me a right to be certain, that, to use A.J. Ayer's interesting phrase, that the answer is, when you ask about the perfect number, 6. So I think that I would also go on, I'm just going to gesture in this direction. Anscombe goes on, under the influence of Wittgenstein, to deny, to claim that you can explain somebody poisoning a water table without any recourse to internal mental events at all. I believe that also faces a phenomenological challenge. Now, maybe this can be overcome, but I'm saying it does show that Platonic reasoning, 4th century BCE, still has a role to play, still has a voice here. She also goes so far as to question the substantial existence of the self. In her later work, she actually refers to the I as a grammatical illusion. Okay, Graham Oppie, even briefer, he objects to the argument from reason because he thinks physical objects can have propositional content. And he adopts the causal closure of the physical world and the like. On this front, I would say two replies. One is that if he adopts the causal closure of the physical world, then it's the physical world and its physical aspects that have to do the explaining. These leave out the mental aspects, in my view. If he goes identity theory, then I think he faces the knowledge argument. Now, my response to Peter actually has an extensive analysis of C.S. Lewis's argument from reason. It would take too long to go through. It's been replied to by several people, Brandon Rickenbach, Todd Baran, Stuart Gatz, and so on. But it's the one argument I'm going to go, objection he has, and I'll quote him on this, a principle of rationality, and he here is identifying a principle of rationality as why we might adopt modus ponens, or perhaps is a proposition or perhaps an imperative. In any case, an abstract object of some sort. And if there's one thing abstract objects do not do, it is this. They don't exert influence on things. Now, I actually, I have a complicated view here, but what I would say is it's different from claiming the abstract object actually causes Athena to emerge from the head of Zeus or water to boil or anything like that. But I submit to you that abstract objects play an indispensable role in the course of reasoning. For me to answer 6 requires to have a sufficient explanation, not just explaining what's necessary for my blood sugar to be low, for there to be oxygen, for me to know English, and so on, but an absolutely indispensable role in explaining that actually will be grasping mathematical entailment relationships. So I've sought in my ham-handed way after this amazing acoustic beginning, which I will remember for the rest of my life. We have a half hour, multiple objections for. I said there's much to be unhappy about, probably with most of you here, but I presented a kind of simplistic argument from reason going back 2,350 years, inspired by Plato. I've said, is it still relevant? Cited several people. I could have gone on and on, Paul and Patricia Churchland, et cetera, I quoted Papina. Yes, it's still relevant. It still constitutes an important matter for philosophers. Then I looked at 3 prominent philosophers who objected more recently to the argument from reason, and I offered some hand-wavy ways of replying. Thank you for coming.
just have a quick word to avoid the sensational phenomenon at the beginning. We'll have you muted. Now we will ask a question, and then we will mute ourselves, and you have to unmute yourself then. And that way, when one side is muted, another speaks. Okay.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Tallafiero, for that most interesting and very wide-ranging talk about your views. There's a lot to consider there, a lot of interesting things across a very wide range of philosophical areas, and I think what I want to do straight away is open this up to the floor. If there are any questions for Professor Tallafiero? Okay, online. Yeah, let's go then straight first to online to Peter.
And he needs to unmute himself, I think.
Yeah, so Professor Van Inwagen, Peter, could you possibly unmute yourself, yeah?
I have done that. Well, it is as a very wide-ranging paper indeed. I was trying to locate myself somewhere within I don't hold very many of the positions that you're criticizing. So unlike Rosenberg, I think that when we say things like, she raised her hand because she wanted to vote for the motion, we often say things that are literally true. I think everything we say using mental language is true unless it's false for reasons that would stand up in a court of law. I believe I have mental properties. I believe that I is not, the word I does not represent a grammatical illusion. I reject the causal closure of the physical. But nevertheless, I think that I have no parts or components, but cells and quarks and electrons and gluons and photons and things of that nature. So I seem to be both to both be inconsistent with you, but to be inconsistent with everybody you criticize too.
Please unmute yourself, Charles, and you can respond.
Well, I couldn't be happier with Peter's response on many fronts, and I'm very thankful to God that he has mental properties. This is important, and I am glad he doesn't share the causal closure of the physical world. Let me think about two things to reply. One is, and I'm glad he's not with Rosenberg. I think that Rosenberg is the most extreme of positions. That is, complete error theory, and why people pass motions and engage in elections would become completely opaque under Rosenberg's ontology room. That is what we want to say at the end of the day. I'll make two comments. One is that what philosophy, the way I read philosophy is often, as I indicated at the outset, is what are our beliefs? And we can take many of them as having some presumption in their favor, but subject to criticism. We think maybe the sun goes around the earth. We find that this is not the case. So we correct all these. And this is behind the eliminativist position. We had our folk psychology. It should be the same as our folk astrology, that we pass beyond and so on. But Whitehead said that what philosophy often does is attach price tags to our convictions. And so part of the thesis of the argument from reason, with its variations from Plato, Augustine, Anselm, on up to to the present, is the price of believing in reasons as being actually causal elements in our deliberations, is that schemas that eliminate or completely subordinate reasons to non-reasons, the non-intentional, non-mental, non-conscious events, are leaving out something that's irreducible. That is, of course, what people have sought to do. You know, like anomalous monism of Davidson was the craze for a while, because he had the mental being causal, it seemed, and also the physical. But the objection came that it's actually epiphenomenal, because what really does the work is that which is non-mental. And so the mental winds up being causally inappropriate. And that's also what scared people like Kim away from this, this kind of version. My reasons for going in terms of my favorite form of dualism, and I would actually, under an interrogation, prefer to call it pluralism. That is, if you take Peter's very apt and succinct and well-heeled definition of the physical in a naturalistic setting, a dualist is someone who believes that there's more than that. We do well to remember that the word dualism was a 19th century invention. So Plato, Descartes, all famous, Augustine, famous dualists, they never called themselves dualists. This implied there were only two kinds of things. Dualism was invented to describe Zoroastrianism with its opposing divine forces and the like. But my reasons for embracing a non-physicalist view are a modal argument in the tradition of Descartes, Augustine, and Swinburne. I've had an exchange with Peter where he discounts that with his modal skepticism. I wrote an article, Possibilia and Sensibilia, arguing against Peter on this and defending the prima facie justification of conceiving of states of affairs as giving a reason to believe that they are intelligible and possible. So I adopt a modal argument. I also put stock in endurance over time. I know this is Peter's speciality of the animal organism enduring self-same over time, and he has a vagueness of identity that's also fascinating. But I tend to think that both synchronic and continuity over time and unity at a time tend to favor a non-animalist position, and also go against other forms of physicalism, which are deeply attractive, but I think are not as satisfying as pluralism or integrative dualism, such as Lynn Baker's compositional theory.
Peter, do you want to come back briefly on any of that?
Well, I do have a brief question. Do you think that the sentence, she raised her hand because she wanted to vote for the measure, could only be true if her hands going up was caused by something that has the name, her desire to vote for the measure?
He muted himself, so we can tell him, but it's tricky now. If we'll have a look.
You're muted.
Okay, now it's okay.
I have a slight reservation with the sentence, but I can adjust it. It may be that she had a desire to vote for the motion, and that desire caused her hand to go up because she was nervous. but that she didn't actually intend to do so. What I'm identifying in this Platonic tradition is the primacy of, you call it mental causation, to use a modern term, but that is, it's the intentional desire to do justice in the Athenian prison in 399 BCE. That was part of the explanation for why Socrates raised his hand to drink the hemlock. And then it would be likewise with her intentionally raising her hand, perhaps motivated by desires, or perhaps she didn't even desire to raise her hand. Perhaps she desired not to, but she overcame her revulsion by some kind of moral precept that she had an intentional alliance with. But great question. I'm muting myself. I have to say, I'm so happy to see Peter, and I'm happy that he hasn't absolutely destroyed me.
Okay, a question from the audience, yeah, gentleman behind Marcin, I think, yeah, you, no, yeah. This one's going to be okay. Yes. Great. Yeah, just go ahead.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. And I think that we all agree that an argument that has a less controversial premise than the other one is a better argument. And I think that during your presentation, you mentioned three arguments. The first by Plato is that from the necessity of involving teleological explanation in order to explain some human behavior, the Augustine argument that is from reason or our capacity to logical reasoning, and from Jackson that is from the existence of phenomenal consciousness. And they are all against materialism or naturalism, but I think that it is the less controversial premise is that phenomenal consciousness exists because, I mean, it's easier to admit that phenomenal consciousness exists than reason exists or that teleology exists, in the sense that if we agree that, for instance, animals have phenomenal consciousness but they don't have reason and then they don't act in a teleological way, we still could formulate an argument against naturalism, and we don't need human in order to do this. So wouldn't it be better to call this not the argument from reason, but the argument from phenomenal consciousness, if this is the argument that has the less controversial premise among these three premises? Thank you.
Thank you for your astute comments. And because I have defended a version of the knowledge argument, largely in the spirit of, again, Nagel, Sprigg, Howard Robinson. He has a book called From the Knowledge Argument to Substance Dualism, which I would recommend. But yeah, the phenomenal consciousness, I think, or Qualia do present a problem that I find disturbing. And you're right, that might be even more fundamental. The reason why the argument from reason has generated such interest is that it's more actually aggressive. The phenomenal consciousness and its transparency, which meets with Stitch and others, questioning J.G. Smart, others, people thought, oh, it's topic neutral. We don't really know it. Ryle was really dispensing with mental processes in favor of behavioral. It's much more interesting what the surgeon does with his hands than what's going on in their head. And his examples of phenomenal consciousness were twitches and itches and things like this. So it was a very, it was a deliberate caricature, as Ryle himself said, of what he thought was the Cartesian myth. So it's more aggressive in the sense that if it worked, it would actually undermine the reasoning that is being brought forth for naturalism itself. That's what Lewis wanted. And it would it would make almost unintelligible, and Peter's not in this camp at all, but Rosenberg, who claims, if Rosenberg is right, his writing the book, The Atheist's Guide to Reality, would be virtually unexplainable in terms of purposes and writing and getting having editors and revising and so on. The other thing you were getting onto, which is a tough area, and I don't really know where to draw the line, but we do have a lot of teleological or functional explanations among organisms that do not seem to have any level of consciousness or awareness, or if they do, it's extremely primitive. I'm not a panpsychist, but I'm prepared to go pretty far down. Hasker has always been after me. He's an emergent dualist, whereas I'm, at the end of the day, a creationist. But it is the case that while Darwin, especially read through Dennett, is one who banished teleology, nonetheless, his early work on flowers are filled, they're suffused with teleological language. And so for me, it's a live question of where to draw the line of when you have out and right reasoning, which I believe when it comes down to Peter's area, namely free will, it involves some capacity of imagination to conceive of an alternative state of affairs, that the future doesn't have, there's not just one future, but there is, from the standpoint of the, from an agenda, from the standpoint of the agent, there appears to be more than one future. So I believe the notion of non-agentive, non-conscious teleology is vexing. And I'm not going panpsychic, but I'll give him, as Darwin was very, very fond of dogs, I'll give it to dogs. And I'm a borderline vegetarian, but I don't go down with ants and so on. I'm muting.
Thank you very much for that very rich answer. Obviously we did have some technical complications at the beginning, so although we are just after our official ending time, if anyone has a question, I would imagine there is an option to just carry on a little bit longer before we have a closing speech. Marcin, yes? Yes.
Okay. Thinking with Plato and following his lines, I have a question whether you can argue for any kind of substance duality based on the Platonic argument on reason, or any kind of version of this argument. If we consider reason to be what they considered to be, i.e. a proportionality between input and output in information. Plato believed automatically that such being that considers relationship between signs, between information, is a rational being, that it is a logikonti, a heilogon. On the other hand, he simply declared that this is a kind of being. And there is nothing in Platonic thinking about reason as kind of information that makes it necessary for a rational creature to have a mind. Plotinus understands it, so he makes his vegetative soul introduce reasons into the world, but this vegetative soul of plants is not conscious. And we now know about such rational systems. If you consider the immune system of human body, it's actually a system which transforms information, stores and transfers information, and is rational in its decisions, and it makes us defend ourselves against various enemies. On the other hand, the very fact that the information is being chemically worked on doesn't make us rational. So is it enough to consider the rationality of the kind proposed through the example 1 plus 2 plus 3, or 1 multiplied by 2 by 3. This kind of discursive rationality, it would be like logikae logikotes in Greek, so it would be absurd, but this kind of rationality of proportionality, is it enough to justify substance duality if this second substance is mental?
Thank you very much for that question. Much more would need to be said to go from the argument from reason to some form of dualism, integrative, Cartesian, Platonic, and so on. Plato has a kind of proto-modal argument, namely that once Socrates has died, you won't be able to do anything to him. Now, you can do plenty of things to his body, but it was appealing to an aboriginal, perhaps, maybe primitive, maybe basic. We could use kind of contemporary epistemology there, but there was and there is, I would say it's a long-standing intuition in our approach to death. At my school, we had a pastor who would say, Professor Jones buried her father today. And I would always ask the pastor, was the father dead? And most of us really do distinguish between the body and the person. Papineau actually said, I was going to quote him, that as a professional philosopher, of course he denies dualism and presents a case against it. But he said that when I'm not focusing and concentrating, I fall back on that language. And one of the earlier speakers that Professor Humphries was overseeing, who was defending a Popperian understanding of the three worlds, and he was not going to use the word dualism, but even though Popper did, but he said, I accept a division between the material and the physical. So I think that where you can get from here is perhaps towards property dualism or pluralism. There must be something else going on here than just C fibers, but it doesn't give you full outright substantial dualism. I think substantial dualism is far more plausible than mere property dualism, but we'd need a new sound system and at least another hour to do that. And I want to obey the 11th commandment of thou shalt not be boring. So I don't want to push this too far. I'm muting.
Okay, I was wrong. We are supposed to finish at 15:15, so there is, strictly speaking, time for another question if there is one. We've got 6 or 7 minutes. So if anyone would like to ask something.
I would just like to thank you all again for attending and for inviting me and just for this whole conference. It's been a great pleasure.
If there are no other questions, I would like to thank Professor Talafiero for his speech, I think his talk, and his responses as well. It's been most stimulating, most interesting. So thank you very much for that. And I would like to invite Dr. Poznański, the director of the Institute of Philosophy here at Ignatianum, to come and give the final closing speech of the conference.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all the people who contributed to the success of this conference. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all participants, all those who presented their papers and took part in the discussions here. Especially I would like to thank you all the keynote speakers who very generously received and responded to our invitation to this conference. Professor Wodzisław Duch, Professor Georg Gasser, Professor Peter van Inwagen, Professor Robert Kunz, who is with us. We are very grateful that you are in person here in Krakow. Professor Charles Taliaferro and Professor Jacek Wojtysiak, who was with us here in Krakow also. My thanks goes, of course, to all those who organized the conference, to the team of our Institute of Philosophy. Right, there is a number of people who were going here and there, keeping eye on the things and helping as we could to let you feel here well in our university. So I thank you all of you who work here, and also our technical team. Thank you very much for your assistance with quite complicated, technically complicated conference actually, but we would like to extend this conference globally, let us say, to all those who are interested in such a special thing like Christian philosophy. Some people question that there is a Christian philosophy, or try to argue that it's a contradiction or something like that. But simply, as we could see from this conference, we can argue, we can discuss many things, and passionately with various arguments from different points of view. And I think that this conference showed the richness of philosophy, which is practiced in the context of Christianity. And I think this philosophy can be attractive, can be helpful even today to shed light on different issues. So we hope that the conference has reached its goals of shedding light on various aspects and dimensions of the relationship between Christian philosophy and naturalism. Especially naturalism was in the focus of this conference. I would like to remind you all that the texts of the presentations can be submitted for publication in Forum Philosophicum, a journal which is in Scopus and is run by our institute. So we will send you a special invitation and with instructions for the publication, and also we collaborate with other journals, so if we won't be able to publish, we can also publish in another Polish journal. So to end this conference, I'm looking forward to welcome you again at the next Christian Philosophy Conference here in Krakow in Ignatianum University. I hope it will take part in 2 years' time, so in 2026. Right, so you are invited already now. So thank you very much once again, and I wish you safe returns to your places. See you soon. Thank you very much.